Okay. Hello. So see, I'm connected online. I want to hear my voice on the. Yeah, but hello. Hello, testing. Okay.
No. Mm. Hello? Is it okay? All right.
T. Hi, T. T.
Hello? 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 You open up. Hello? 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 Hello?
So I think we will start in the next 5 minutes. If you know colleagues that are with you, or you know which countries they come from, and they're already with you know that they're already in the hotel, kindly reach out to them for them to come now, because we want to start in the next 5 minutes. So we really want to catch up with time, so that we can leave here a bit early. Then you can go around Osu and do some shopping if you want to, or you want to go around to get some nice food for yourself, local food. So we really want to close by 4 o'clock. So let's try to call them so that they can come, and then we can close by 4, at least as planned. So let's call them, let's reach out to them. Mali, do we have Mali here? Mali? Alniche. So, you have Burkina Faso? Okay. Guinea-Bissau? Guinea-Bissau is there. They're also out. Can you tell them to, they are registering? Okay. Let's try to ask them to come. Some of the agenda, Haruna, check the agenda. There's a mix of English, Portuguese, and French, so that you don't mix it, yeah. You can check. Ask them for French, you give them French. If it is Portuguese, give them Portuguese. Yeah. We have two different folders. The folders are out, so the French and Portuguese ones are out. So let's call them so that we can start. We will start the technical sessions before the minister arrives. So when the minister comes, then we'll go straight into the opening ceremony. So let's call our colleagues to come now. You can come in front. That seat, everybody should come in front now. The front seat, yeah. From which country? Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria. The big brothers. You can come in front. Okay, no problem. We really want to start in 5 minutes. Yeah. Haruna, check the folders. There are 3 folders. Portuguese, French, and English. Do we have WA-RCC here? Are they around? Yes. Okay. Do we have UNICEF, Wakaro? UNICEF country office? Not yet. WHO? Yes, the UNICEF Wakaro, that's Western and Central Africa, is okay. But the UNICEF country office, not yet. WHO country office? I want to mention IOM, and I saw somebody. Miriam, welcome.
Thank you.
So we also have UNFPA. Do we have them, UNFPA? Do we have ECOWAS Regional Animal Center? Dr. Floyd is here. I saw him. Yeah, can we call our colleagues to come in front? The mic or the television? The TV station. Let's come in front. The Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau team, you can come in front a bit. Okay, Guinea-Bissau, where are they? Samori, Dr. Kogu is here. I reported you to him. He's here. DG of Nigeria Center for Disease Control is also around with his team. DG, welcome. You can sit anywhere you want to sit. You also have Dr. Ignatius, who is our host. He's also around, entering now. Dr. Ignatius, you can take the front seat. You can sit with ECOWAS RCC and where Dr. Koko is also sitting. Can you take your headsets for interpretation services? English is channel 1. L'anglais, channel 1. French, channel 2. Le français, la channel 2. Portuguese, channel 3. La portuguese, la channel 3. Okay? Samori, channel 3 for you. And Cabo Verde, in Portuguese. Okay, English? Okay. Okay. So, do we have more people outside, Dr. Elfas? No? Okay. I think we are good. MOH is here, Minister of Health, and Ghana Health Service, we are expecting them also. I don't know whether they are around. Ghana Health Service, are they around? Okay. Okay, good morning. Do we have Prof. David? Okay, I was looking for you. Okay. Thank you, Prof. David, for coming and for always answering to our requests. We really appreciate that. You have your tag, Dr. Prof. David, you have your name tag? Okay. Okay. Okay, Ignacio, you can move this bag. You can move this bag, you sit there. Yeah. Move the bag in front, and then you sit there. Thank you, my brother. You can do that. Okay, I got an announcement that everyone, those who have traveled, and we are the ones responsible for your tickets, Africa CDC tickets, you can get your boarding passes ready. During coffee break, you can go to your room, quickly pick them, and then hand them over to Leah at the corner there. During break, only during break, you can rush to your room and then bring the boarding passes. Alpha. We're also witnessing the arrival of Dr. Fiona from WHO. Doctor, welcome. Welcome. If you're also not comfortable there, you can use the other seat. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think we will start now. And then whilst we wait for the arrival of the minister to do the official opening, we will start with the technical presentations. Samuel, are we ready with do you have all the presentations with you? You can go to Samuel and send it to him by email. Yeah, just send it to him. Just check his email and send it to him. People are still coming. Can we take our seats? We want to start now. Uferi, yes, Uferi. Can all the participants come in front? Let's occupy the front seats. Let's try to occupy the front seats. Elfas, at the last table. I didn't know. The last table. Okay. Pierce, come on. He wants to introduce you to. You want to introduce you to. We've just seen the arrival of the ReTAC chair, Dr. Yusuf Ture from the Gambia. And so.
Since we're trying to get the house in order, maybe we can start with introductions.
Okay. Okay.
Before presentations will be when.
Okay. Okay. Do we have the other mics, other moving mics? Or you have the table mics? Are they working? Table mics are working. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the leadership of the Regional Directorate of the Western Africa region, I want to welcome all of you. We are not going into the opening ceremony now. We'll go to the technical sessions. But before the technical sessions, we will just do the introduction just in the next 10 minutes. So we will start with this first table on my right. And then we move, the mics are there. And we will move to the other table, then the other one. Then we move like that until we finish in the next 10 minutes. Are we good? Yes, Dr. Habiba, the floor is yours.
Is it working? Yeah. Everyone? This way. My name is Habiba Abubakar. I am a legal officer at Africa CDC. I'll be working with
The mic is not working for her, but I will let her use this one.
So I'll start over. Good morning, everyone. My name is Habiba Abubakar, and I'm a legal officer at Africa CDC. I'll be working with Modu and the RCC team to give you a presentation today on the terms of reference for ReTAC, but as well as facilitating the elections of your new leadership tomorrow. I look forward to working with everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fuad Mohammed. I work with the ECOWAS Regional Animal Health Center in Bissau, Guinea-Bissau. I'm the Program Officer, Veterinary Governance. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I am Dr. Yusuf Ture. I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health in the Gambia and the outgoing chair of ReTAC. So welcome to you all.
The mics are not working very well. The mics are not working very well, so we didn't hear the last one. We want to hear the last one.
Okay, the last statement, no, I said I am the outgoing chair of ReTAC, so welcome to you all, to this very important meeting.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ima Bong Isang. I work with the ECOWAS Regional Center for Surveillance and Disease Control as a technical advisor, disease preparedness and response. Good to be here. Thank you.
Bonjour. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mariam Spikaman Abdel Karim. I'm the Regional Migration Health Specialist based at the Regional Office for IOM, International Organization for Migration from Dakar. Happy to be here in Ghana with all of you, and thank you very much for the host.
Thank you. Fiona?
Good morning. I'm Fiona Braka. I'm the World Health Organization country representative to Ghana. Welcome to Accra.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fiona?
Morning all. I'm Dr. Demola Onokomaya, Senior Advisor to the DG Nigerian Center for Disease Control on Public Administration, Policy and Partnership, and also his Chief of Staff. I long for a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Jide Idris, DG, Nigeria Center for Disease Control. I think it's a pleasure meeting you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aliko Ahmed. I'm the Special Regional Representative for the Director General of Africa CDC for West Africa. First, ReTAC, great to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Aji Kofi Gudube. I'm representing the West and Central Africa, UNFPA, but I work here in Ghana as a maternal health lead. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Dr. Charles Nzelo. I'm the Director of Public Health, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Nigeria.
Bonjour, mon nom c'est Kende Rebecca, je représente le secrétariat général du ministère de la Santé du Togo. Merci.
Rebecca.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour et tout. My name is Wafa Said. I'm UNICEF representative in Nigeria, and I am participating on behalf of UNICEF Regional Director for Western and Central Africa, Jill Fanino.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Je suis David Hueto. Je suis académique de l'Université de Parakou au Bénin, expert en promotion de la santé, Health Promotion Specialist. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Akindele Adebi. I'm from the academic arm from the Federal University of Medicine and Medical Sciences, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm also the president of the International Epidemiological Association. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Moi, c'est le docteur Goudo TME, directeur de la surveillance épidémiologique et de la riposte, ministère de la Santé du Bénin. Merci.
Bonjour à tous, docteur Blaise Guizomenvo. Je suis le directeur général de l'Agence nationale des soins de santé primaire au Bénin. Merci.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis Dr Tiamadou, directeur général adjoint de la santé en Côte d'Ivoire, chargé du système de santé. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mustafa Jallo. I'm the Program Manager for Emergency Preparedness and Response at the National Public Health Agency, Sierra Leone.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mohamed Alex Vandi, Deputy Executive Director of the National Public Health Agency of Sierra Leone.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Siawata Kamano. I'm the Interim Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dr. Ralph W. Chita. I'm the Director for the Division of Infectious Diseases and Epidemiology at the Public Health Institute of Liberia.
Bonjour, je suis le docteur Abdallah Wad. Je suis médecin au niveau du cabinet du ministre de la Santé, chargé des urgences. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. Je suis le docteur Boli Diop du Sénégal. Je suis le responsable de la surveillance épidémiologique. Merci.
Okay, bonjour à tous. Je suis docteur Kafando Lassane, chef du service de la surveillance épidémiologique au niveau de la Direction générale de santé publique du ministère de la Santé de Burkina Faso.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis docteur Baro Seydou, directeur général de l'Institut national de santé publique du Burkina Faso.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Bob from the Gambia. I work with the Epidemiology and Disease Control Program, Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Vous avez Khalifa Keita, directeur général adjoint de la santé et de l'hygiène publique du Mali.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Fatou Diawara. Je suis la directrice générale adjointe de l'Institut national de santé publique du Mali. Merci.
Good morning. My name is Munyaradzi Mareke. I am a country-based PFM advisor, Africa CDC based in Sierra Leone.
Good morning, everybody. I'm called Annette Chakwa. I am the country-based public finance management specialist based in Liberia. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clement Daam. I work with the Africa CDC, a senior technical officer at the West Africa RCC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Arnold Zama. I am the Emergency Preparedness and Technical Officer with Africa CDC, based in our regional office of West Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Abdel Fattah Ahmed. I'm the NPHI Lead Senior Technical Officer for Public Health Institutes and Capacity Building in Western Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Buba. I'm the Senior Technical Officer for Africa CDC in Western Regional Coordinating Center, and I coordinate surveillance and One Health. Good to have you all here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bakak Jata. I work with the Ministry of Health headquarters in Banjul. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Hadiza Mudi from Federation of Muslim Women Associations in Nigeria, which is a civil society organization working in close collaboration with the government bodies, state and primary health care across the country in order to improve health outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omei Bongos from Gatefield. We're based in Abuja, Nigeria, a public strategy and public health advocacy organization.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dennis Lai. I work with the Ghana Health Service, the Disease Surveillance Department, as the head. Happy to be here as well.
Muito bom dia. Sou Domingos Teixeira, de Cabo Verde, Ministério da Saúde e Serviço de Vigilância.
Muito bom dia a todos. Sou Estevão da Silva, da Guiné-Bissau. Sou presidente da rede da CREC CEDEAO.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Dr Souma Moussa, je suis de la Guinée-Conakry. Je suis le directeur du service national de promotion de la santé du ministère de la Santé et de l'Hygiène publique. Je suis le président de la COPA de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Merci.
Good morning, bonjour, bom dia a todos. Sou o Dr. Francisco Samori Levi Sambo, sou presidente do Instituto Nacional de Saúde da Guiné-Bissau, também coordenador do Centro de Operações de Emergência em Saúde. Bom dia.
Thank you. My name is Prince Owusu Esiedu, reporter for Multimedia Group Limited, Adom FM, Adom TV. Thank you.
My name is John Eduji Boja. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV.
Good morning, my name is Kelvin Gishia. I work as a Senior Technical Officer, Social Behavior Change, Africa CDC.
Okay, are we done? Dr. Ignatius, we want to know who you are.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Walter Nditi. I work with Africa CDC as a Senior M&A Officer. I'm based in the region. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ignatius Awinibuno, ReTAC member for Ghana, and also coordinate Africa CDC's issues at the Ministry of Health. Thank you very much.
Very efficient person indeed. Thank you for all the support.
Good morning.
I am Jibril Jaju. I'm the Principal Technical Officer
for Public Financial Management and Lusaka Agenda at the Africa CDC, but working at the Western RCC. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Roland Kunzara. I'm the immunization officer for the region Africa CDC. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. My name is Elfas Ojambo. I handle partnerships in the West Africa region.
The mic should be, yes, Doc, you can also introduce yourself, Dr. Barra, and then also Fatima. Fatima is here, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Zanna, and I'm the head of health for GIZ, Nigeria, and ECOWAS.
Yeah. The lady in pink, and then Dr. Koku.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Larissa Kwakusui. I am an intern at RCDC, ECOWAS. Thank you.
Samuel Oferi, you're always working at the background. We want to see you. The IT guru. Okay, Dr. Koko, yes. You go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Koko Alino. I'm the regional director for Africa CDC for West Africa, based in Abuja. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adi. Samuel, you have the mic there with you?
Good morning, everyone. Ufere Samuel is my name. I am called the IT guru for Africa CDC in West Africa. So I lead the digital systems and digital health initiative of Africa CDC for West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. This is a very good one. Now we know who is here, and then I will now start the. We have seen one person who have just come in now, but is going out again. But it's all right. You can introduce yourself, sir. Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kojoedu. I'm with the
Okay. Now we will, as I said, we will now go to the technical sessions before the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Health of the Republic of Ghana. So we just will go into straight to the technical sessions, and then we'll do the official opening when he's around. Is that okay with all of us? So that we can save time. Now we will have the presentation from our able legal advisor, Dr. Habiba Mohammed or Abubakar. Mohammed Abubakar. So she'll be leading us into the presentation. Oh, the pointer is here. And also the presentation will be on revisiting the terms of reference, the governance structure, roles and responsibilities of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee, that's the ReTAC. Some of you may be seeing this ReTAC, but it's called the Regional Technical Advisory Committee, which is also one of the governance structure of the RCC, Regional Coordinating Center. Dr. Habiba, welcome. That's the mic.
Good morning again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Allow me to introduce myself one more time. My name is Dr. Habiba Abubakar, and I am a legal officer at Africa CDC. Allow me also to thank Mr. Modu for the kind introduction, but also a big thank you to all our representatives of ReTAC with us today. It is truly a pleasure. You know, Modu is probably the only has met me before, and I guess he knows what happens in a technical meeting when the lawyer stands up. But I promise this will be brief, and I won't overtalk. I also promise that this would not do with any legal theory. It's just a conversation about the rules of our own house. We've called this session Revisiting the Terms of Reference. Revisiting, not rewriting. So the rules exist. We'll just go through them very quickly so that everything we do over the next few days stands on firm ground. So what do I want us to leave the room with? I will address 4 things. 1, we'll talk about the legal basis, so why ReTAC exists at all, and where does it sit within the Africa CDC architecture. 2nd, we'll talk about the mandate of ReTAC, so what the committee is actually for. We'll also discuss the roles, who does what, between you as members, but also our relationship with RESCO and other bodies. The 4th would be the machinery. So we will discuss the rules of procedure, including meetings, agendas, minutes, and the rules that we have to follow. Now, if you look to the right of my slides, you will see why this matters. At 11:15 today, you should adopt the agenda and the report of the 2nd meeting, and tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we'll be electing your new leadership. So these rules will be revisited now so they can be applied in the next few days. Now, if anything is not clear to you, please feel free to ask me any questions, whether after the presentation or throughout the next 2 days. I'll be more than happy to address your concerns. Okay, so let's start with the instruments chain. Where does ReTAC actually come from? I am doing this, I know most of you already know, but we might have new members, and I myself am new, by the way. I've been here 2 months, so I wanted to actually address the background of ReTAC as well. So we have 3 instruments, and we will address them in order of hierarchy. We have the Africa CDC statute, the 2016 decision, and of course, our rules of procedure. At the top stands the Africa CDC statute, which was adopted in 2022. Article 8 of the statute gives us the continental structure, which includes an advisory and a technical body, among other governing bodies, right? Article 23 instructs the establishment of the Regional Coordinating Center, as you all know, which supports the execution of the Strategic Work Plan of Africa CDC. To build that, the statutes in its own words actually stipulate to have an Africa CDC without walls that serves the continent at the point of need. I've always liked this phrase, and Accra this week, I think this is exactly what it looks like to have Africa CDC without walls. Beneath the statute, we have the 2016 decision that establishes ReTAC as the Regional Technical Advisory Body. And it's composed of subject matter experts guiding the RCC Secretariat. And then the document that I think we all have, but if not, please feel free to ask me for a copy, the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure were adopted in May 2025. This is our current reference for how this committee is composed, how it meets, and how it decides. So one point to take out of all of this is that ReTAC's authority from these documents is advisory and technical. You provide advice to the RCC Secretariat that will then take it forward. We'll go through that process as we move with the presentation. So where does ReTAC sit? Within the structure of Africa CDC, we have 2 columns on advisory and technical bodies. We have continental and regional. On a continental level, if we look at Article 8 of the statute, you will see that it establishes a committee of heads of state and government at the top, which is a committee, as the name says, of heads of states and governments. But we also have the governing board, which is the deliberative organ reporting to the heads of state. With that, we also have the advisory and technical council, and finally, the secretariat under the director general. The secretariat is basically where my office sits, so it's currently headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. But when it comes to the regions, the African Union recognizes 5 regions in Africa, Western Africa being one, as you know. So for the regional level, the rules of procedure mirrored the design of the Africa CDC statute. So we have the RESCO, which is composed of ministers, and they usually lead on strategy. And of course, also we have ReTAC, you, the experts, for technical advice. We also have the RCC Secretariat to coordinate, to implement between the different organs for the region. So as you can see from my slides, continentally, the advisory and technical function sits at the council under the CDC statute. Regionally, it sits with you. You are, in effect, the regional counterpart of the advisory and technical council. And there's a small arrow in the middle of the slides. That should reflect Article 23, which establishes the RCCs, as I've informed you. And it's a bridge that carries between strategic work plan from Addis Ababa into this region and vice versa. Okay. I also wanted to provide a brief reflection for the path or process for recommendations and how they move forward. The slide before you follows the journey of a single recommendation, left to right. So the journey begins as evidence, whether from member states, from the technical working groups, or from partners. It arrives here for you at ReTAC, where you interrogate, debate, and shape it into a recommendation. From you, it moves to the RCC Secretariat, which consolidates it and puts it on the record. Where a matter needs strategic weight, then the Secretariat carries it up to RESCO. Like I said, RESCO is composed of ministers. And where it needs continental decisions, RESCO takes it up to the governing board. So you can see that there's a clear hierarchy or a clear process which recommendations move up. Now that we understood the structure, or at least the mandate as well, of Africa CDC and how ReTAC fits in, for this slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about the composition of the ReTAC. I'm not going to say much because you all know who you are, but I wanted to stipulate for you what the rules themselves say. So if you allow me to read it once, exactly as written, the rules say ReTAC is a regional technical advisory body composed of subject matter experts tasked with guiding the RCC's operations and supporting technical working groups in the implementation of the Africa CDC strategic plan. So every word in that sentence is actually load-bearing. ReTAC has a large mandate. So who sits on it? This slide is a nominated experts from ministers of health, health institutes, members from centers of excellence, and for this region, it will be representatives of the 15 member states composing the Western region. We also have AU organs, or also regional economic communities, including ECOWAS. We have representatives from the WHO, among others. One legal point, though, that I need to point out, because we will discuss it later in this presentation, is that nomination for member states must be communicated to the RCC. And by that, the nature of that means your seat here is institutional and not personal. So you speak for the system that sent you. And that speaks to the hierarchy that I just addressed. So when it comes to the work you do, the rules give you 6 functions based on what are you mandated to do and how. 1, ReTAC is supposed to advise the RCC on the region's public health interventions and challenges. You're supposed to guide its operational matters, so meaning you're supposed to support the technical implementation of the strategic plans of Africa CDC. You're supposed to also facilitate coordination, review and comment on proposals, and of course, recommend partnerships. No worries. We'll have to pause for a little bit.
We'll call you again. We'll call you. Sorry for this interruption. Abdul Fattah, kindly get that laptop for me, please. Yeah, please. The minister is now here, on time, exactly 9 o'clock. So, but he's having a small bilateral, but it's almost done. And we will now start the meeting. We'll start the opening session. So we'll call them now. And as they enter, we just give them a round of applause. So those who are supposed to be at the high table, I will call your names. You remember? 1 minute. So we have Dr. Fiona Braka will be, WHO coordinator will be on the high table from Ghana. Dr. Abdul Karim Miriam will be from IOM. You also have Dr. Linda Decker, President of West Africa Healthcare Federation, and Yusufa Toure, the ReTAC Chair, Prof. Faliko, and also the Honorable Minister, who will sit in the middle and will be flanked by the Regional Director Coco and also Prof. Aliko. And also you have WHO. You also have UNICEF. UNICEF Wakaro, Western Central Africa, will also be there on the high table. So UNFPA also will also be on the high table. So these are the people who are going to be on the high table. And then if the minister enters in, kindly move towards the high table. My name is, I think I should have also introduced myself. My name is Modu Njai. I think all of you have been seeing my communication, both the WhatsApp and also the emails. I'm also the senior technical officer and also acting program lead for Western Africa region. So we're happy to see all of you. And then we hope that we're going to have a very good 2 days meeting. And coordinating this meeting together with colleagues. And thank you and for the support. Honorable Minister, and the team to come. Dr. Habiba, sorry for cutting you short. The Honorable Minister, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, is our chair of the regional state. He's coming, so let's give him a round of applause. Minister will sit in the middle. Abara, you can escort them. And also to be flanked by Prof. Aliko and also Dr. Koku in the middle. Honorable, welcome. In the middle seat, where the stand mic is, to be flanked by Dr. Koku and Prof. Aliko. And next to that, you have the ReTAC chair, Dr. Yusuf Ture. You also have Dr. Fiona. You also have UNICEF rep, UNICEF, UNFPA, IOM, Linda. Are we good? Do we have everyone? Dr. Ignatius, you have to be here too. You are the main host. So, good morning, everyone. We want to go straight to the topic. First, we want to welcome the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, who is the chair of the RISCO and also the Honorable Minister of Health of the Republic of Ghana. And we also have Prof. Aliko, the Special Regional Representative to the DG of Africa CDC, Dr. Koku, Regional Director of Western Africa Regional Coordination Center, and the chair of the ReTAC, our Regional Technical Advisory Committee, Dr. Yusuf Ture, and also Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, the Gambia. You have representatives of the member states. Also, you have Dr. Emabong Asang, representative of the Executive Director of WA-RCC, the WHO country representative for Ghana, Dr. Fiona Braka, and also Dr. Wafa Said, representative of UNICEF, Regional Director for Western Central Africa. You also have Dr. Miriam from IOM, UNICEF country representative here, and also UNFPA representatives here, Ms. Fatima Zana of GIZ, Dr. Mohamed Fawad, representative of the Regional Animal Center, distinguished development partners, the President of West Africa Healthcare Federation, Dr. Linda Decker, representative of the academic research institutions, and also the representative of the West Africa Regional Animal Center, and all our Africa CDC colleagues, the media. Good morning to all of you. We are welcoming you to the third Regional Technical Advisory Committee meeting in the Republic of Ghana, in this beautiful city of Accra, and where we are also in this very beautiful hotel, with the theme, Enhancing Regional Coordination for Effective Implementation of Africa's Health Security and Security Agenda in Western Africa. We are happy that all of you were able to make it safely to the Republic of Ghana. We are really happy that the Minister of Health also did very well to host us in this beautiful city. And on this case, we want to express our gratitude to the leadership of the Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena, and his team for really making this meeting very successful indeed. I now want to take that opportunity to call on Dr. Koku Alinon, the Regional Director of Western Africa Regional Coordination Center, to give us a welcome remarks. Dr. Koku, you are most welcome to the table.
Honorable Minister, our ReTAC chair is our father. I know on the high table, most of the speech will go for English. So allow me to go for French. Please, can you take... French is channel 2, right? Yes. Yeah. Portuguese, channel 3. We need that balance. In the region, we have French, English, and Portuguese. So, Honorable Ministers, I have a great speech here, but because of the time, I know the time is very tight for you. I will not read my speech. Are we good? So while we are working, allow me once again to appreciate the time the Honorable Minister is giving us. And allow me again to appreciate the presence of WHO representative, my sister Yona. My appreciation to Prof. Aliko, special representative of DG Africa CDC in West Africa. All our appreciation to our ReTAC chair, Dr. Touré. All our appreciation to our partners, IOM, UNICEF, GIZ. My appreciation to Nigeria CDC DG. DG is with us. We know Nigeria alone is like a continent. And Nigeria is leading in most of the area, specifically emergency preparedness and response. So it's an honor to have our DG with us. So now let me shift to French. Prof. Aliko, please. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, messieurs les directeurs, messieurs les chefs de division, messieurs les points focaux, comme je l'ai bien si commencé, toutes mes appréciations au ministre de la Santé, qui est le président de notre conseil d'administration au niveau régional et qui nous oriente sur la question d'implémentation de notre centre régional. Je voudrais également apprécier le bon travail qui est fait par Dr. Touré de la Gambie. Et sur le Dr. Touré, pendant 2 ans, nous a donné les orientations techniques afin que nous puissions implémenter nos activités dans les 15 pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Je voudrais saluer la présence parmi nous du directeur général du Centre de contrôle et de prévention des maladies du Nigeria. Je salue également la présence des directeurs généraux des instituts nationaux de santé publique, les chefs de division, les directeurs centraux. Et je voudrais profiter pour apprécier, remercier tout l'accompagnement dont nous bénéficions de vous lorsqu'il s'agit de l'implémentation de nos activités. Est-ce que ça se passe bien? Is it okay, the interpretation? Are we good with the interpretation? They say there is a problem. Okay, so let me go to English. So, no, we need everyone to get the message. So let me go to English, but please fix this because we need to have the message in French, English, and Portuguese. So, Honorable Minister, this is an opportunity to appreciate all the support we are getting from our member state under your leadership, under the leadership of Dr. ReTAC Chair, and also the collaboration we are having, specifically WHO. Actually, we know the situation of Ebola, Budibugyo in DRC. We see the way this is spreading. And these 2 days will be an opportunity for us to reflect on this. How do we organize ourselves in terms of preparedness? We know that West Africa is endemic for some of the outbreak, like Lassa fever, dengue, and we know we have a history in terms of Ebola outbreak. So this is an opportunity for us to get advice, direction from our distinguished guests, so we organize ourselves well in terms of preparedness. This is also an opportunity to appreciate the 2 years work that the ReTAC chair has led. We are going to have a new bureau. So we really want to use this opportunity to appreciate the great leadership we got from Gambia, represented by the PS, Dr. Toure. As I said, we have time to reflect, to interact, to collaborate. So allow me to stop here by saying thanks to everyone, by appreciating the collaboration between Africa CDC and all partners, and also by appreciating the work of member states. And we know Africa CDC is not a partner. Africa CDC is Africa Union. And when we talk about Africa Union, we talk about member states. So we are part of the system. So we are working together. So thanks a lot for your support. Thanks for coming. Thanks Ghana for hosting us. We are here home. I already mentioned that we are with our father. So feel home, all of you, and we know the way Ghana is leading in terms of NCD, in terms of insurance, in terms of primary health care. They are showing the way. So this is an opportunity to learn from one another. Once again, thank you so much for coming, and Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koku, and also thank you for the leadership from March 2025 in Abidjan to Accra here. A lot has been achieved. So we'll also go, some of you will see those achievements that have been registered. Thank you also for the leadership. I now invite Dr. Emma Bong to be able to give a statement. You are supposed to be on the high table. I don't know why you're not here, but you are supposed to be there. And then you are representing the Executive Director of WA-RCC, Dr. Mamadou Darasuba. You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Imabong Isang. I am representing my director, Dr. Mamadou Darasuba. He's unavoidably absent. It's at a very important meeting in Ivory Coast, which is the technical validation of the epidemic preparedness and strategic plan. So I will quickly read out his speech. Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Health, the Honorable Minister of Health of the Republic of Ghana, the representative of the DG of Africa CDC, the Regional Director, West Africa Regional Coordinating Center of the Africa CDC, the ReTAC Chairperson and members of the ReTAC, the DG, Nigerian Center and Disease Control, our valued partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be part of the third meeting of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee of the Western Africa Regional Coordinating Center. The meeting is taking place at a particularly important time for health security in our region. The evolving public health security situation, including Ebola virus disease, cholera, mpox, and other priority disease threats, continue to remind us of the need for strong preparedness, effective coordination, timely information sharing, and collective action. These challenges reinforce the importance of a shared commitment to advancing the African health security and sovereignty agenda across Western Africa. The overall objective of this meeting is to strengthen continental and regional technical leadership, governance, and multi-sectoral collaboration for the effective implementation of the AHSS agenda. This meeting will provide an opportunity to strengthen coordination and collaboration among member states, regional economic communities, and our development and technical partners. We also reflect on partnership and resource mobilization, recognizing that sustainable health security requires not only technical capacity, but also strong partnerships, effective governance, and adequate resources. I particularly encourage us to use this platform to look beyond reviewing progress and to focus on what needs to be done differently, better, and more urgently. Our discussion should lead to clear strategic recommendations for strengthening regional health security and improving implementation of Africa CDC priorities. By the end of this meeting, we should aim to have agreed regional priorities for 2027, strengthen recommendations for regional governance and technical coordination, and updated actions for surveillance, laboratory systems, emergency preparedness, and response. The value of ReTAC lies not in the expertise around this table, but in our ability to bring the expertise together to support collective decisions and coordination actions. I therefore encourage all members to engage openly, constructively, and with a strong focus on practical solutions and results. Ladies and gentlemen, let us use this meeting to strengthen our collective resolve to build a more resilient, better coordinated, and self-reliant health system architecture for West Africa. I look forward for a fruitful deliberation and concrete outcome from the meeting. I wish you all a successful and productive meeting. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Imabong. We now have the goodwill messages, short goodwill messages from partners. I now have the honor to invite Dr. Fiona from WHO to start. Dr. Fiona.
Our Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, the representative of the Director General, Africa CDC, the Regional Director for the West Africa Regional Coordinating Center, Dr. Koko, and colleagues from Africa CDC, the Chair and distinguished members of the ReTAC, representatives of member states, and the regional economic communities, our development partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here and say a few words on behalf of the World Health Organization. I would like to thank the Africa CDC and specifically the West Africa Regional Coordinating Center for convening us here today, and particularly at a time when health security in our region continues to evolve. The ongoing Ebola virus disease outbreaks, the recurrent outbreaks of cholera and other epidemic-prone diseases, alongside the continuing threat of mpox and other emerging and re-emerging public health threats, remind us that no country can effectively address health emergencies in isolation. Regional solidarity, technical cooperation, timely information sharing, and coordinated action are essential to protecting the health and the well-being of our populations. The Africa Health, Security and Sovereignty Agenda provides an important framework for advancing resilient, self-reliant, and integrated health systems across the continent. Its emphasis on governance, surveillance, lab systems, emergency preparedness and response, health workforce development, sustainable financing, and regional collaboration are closely aligned with WHO's commitment to supporting member states to build stronger and more resilient health systems. The ReTAC has a critical role to play in translating this continental framework or priorities into practical regional actions. The opportunity to review progress, assess emerging threats, agree on priorities for the coming year, and provide strategic guidance on regional initiatives such as the Regional Integrated Surveillance and Laboratory Network, public health EOCs, behavior intelligence, and infodemic management is of great importance. The World Health Organization remains a close partner. We are committed to working closely with the Africa CDC, with our member states, the regional economic communities, and partners to strengthen the regional health security. We particularly value the opportunity to contribute our technical expertise, evidence, and experience, while also learning from the leadership and innovations that are emerging from countries across West Africa. The establishment of the Continental Incident Management Support Teams for mpox and Ebola through the close collaboration between WHO and Africa CDC demonstrates the power of strategic partnership and collective action in strengthening health security across the continent and beyond. As we strengthen health security, we must also ensure that our approaches are people-centered, that they are inclusive, and that they are sustainable. Important also is ensuring that the One Health approach remains central to our preparedness and response efforts, recognizing the importance and interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. As I conclude, let me once again appreciate our Honorable Minister, sir, for your leadership in moving forward the health security agenda in Ghana. I appreciate Africa CDC and the West Africa RCC for this important initiative, and I thank all member states, the regional economic communities, and our partners for your continued commitment in advancing health security in West Africa. I wish you all a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fiona. I now invite Dr. Miriam of IOM to give a goodwill message. Dr. Miriam? And Dr. Decker, you will also be on standby.
Okay. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, Minister of Health in Ghana, dear partners, on behalf of the International Organization for Migration, I would like to thank the Africa CDC, West Africa RCC, ECOWAS Regional Center for Surveillance Disease, and the Government of Ghana for convening this third Regional Technical Advisory committee meeting and for the continued opportunity to stand alongside distinguished member states representative, regional partners in strengthening health security across West Africa. IOM mandates place us at a unique intersection, human mobility and public health. Across the region, population movement, whether through regular migration for trade, labor, and education, or as a result of a conflict, insecurity, and climate-related shock, continues to shape health risk, emerge and spread, and are addressed. This is particularly important in a regional characterized by mobility and cross-border movement, where 91% of the migration flow that we've recorded and observed in West and Central Africa in 2025 were actually intra-regional. This high level of intra-regional mobility underscores a simple but important reality. Health security in West Africa is inherently shared, making strong cross-border coordination and regional preparedness essential. Through the IOM Health, Border, and Mobility Management Framework, IOM supports member states to strengthen surveillance, build health and border capacity at point of entry along mobility pathways, engaging with communities to advance multi-sectoral and cross-coordination in line with the international health regulation through the WHO guidance. This commitment is reflected in our operation work across West Africa. Last year, we supported 12 countries to discuss, to respond to infectious diseases at 57 points of entry in the Western and Central Africa region. These include also refresher training for health personnel at those POEs. These capacities are particularly important today as the region continues to face overlapping health emergencies, displacement, and insecurity. In the ongoing response to the public continental emergency of the 17th outbreak Ebola, IOM is supporting surveillance and preparedness across affected and at-risk country within point of entries. And it's with that lens that IOM will continue to work alongside national and regional authorities and affected communities to strengthen detection, risk communication, and cross-border coordination. To conclude, I would like to, through my regional director, Mrs. Sylvia Ekra, to mention that IOM reaffirms its commitments to collective work and to ensure that migrants, displaced, and mobile population are fully reflected within health security system, not as an afterthought, but as an integral part of resilience and inclusive preparedness and response. I look forward to a productive 2 days of exchange and to the recommendation that will emerge from this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister, Dr. Miriam. I now invite Dr. Decker, President of the West Africa Healthcare Federation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister for Health, Honorary Kwabena Akando, our Special Representative of Director General Africa CDC, my dear friend, Prof. Aliko, Western Regional Director, CDC, Dr. Koku. I recognize all dignitaries represented here, representative partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I represent the West African Private Healthcare Federation. The West Africa Private Healthcare Federation is 10 years this year. And the beautiful thing about the organization is that our footprint is similar to the footprint of Africa CDC, Western Regional. The only difference is that apart from our existing 11 countries, adopted Mauritania. So we have one up on Africa CDC, Western Regional. So congratulations to us. The private sector represents a critical yet under-leveraged pillar in strengthening healthcare systems and security, as well as expanding local manufacturing capacity and mobilizing sustainable financing and building a resilient workforce. Achieving preparedness, equitable access to medical products, sustainable financing, and workforce resilience will be impossible without an organized private sector. The West African Private Healthcare Federation, and in French, we prefer the French acronym, Fédération Ouverte du Secteur Privé de la Santé. So if you hear FOAPS, that's the acronym we prefer. We represent, as I mentioned, 12 countries in the sub-region. And the platform can be operationalized to support Africa CDC's incentives or activities to scale. So it's an honor to be part of this third regional coordinating meeting. And we look forward to deliberations and outcomes and action points. The private sector indeed can be leveraged in strategic areas to scale emergency preparedness. In the area of emergency preparedness, we always go back to COVID. And what we say is that fewer lives would have been lost if the private sector was included. And one of the things that FOAPS looks forward to is engaging Africa CDC, Western Regional, in emergency preparedness activities. The story that comes to mind in my practice was a supply chain person from the government of Ghana who said to us during COVID, when you have a COVID case, just look at the patient and send them to one of the regional centers. And unfortunately, this is not how it works in real life. When a patient is not well, they go to the nearest facility, and often, as WHO statistics say, 60% of the time it's a private sector. So the onus is on us to empower private centers to be able to be active in emergency response, to reduce the cost to our economies, cost to life, cost to livelihoods. The other way in which we can collaborate as private sector is to be able to support the manufacturing ecosystem. And I'm proud to say that in December, NEPAD is initiating a manufacturing federation formation in Ghana. I think it's on the 9th of December, and I hope that you'll have the opportunity to participate. This speaks to the importance of Africa's sense of urgency in looking at local manufacturing and strengthening the local manufacturing ecosystem, which sits within private sector. I think finally, the thing that is important in the private sector is workforce strengthening. Private sector is open to collaborating with Africa CDC to train and upskill to support, once again, emergency response. So thank you for having us as FOAPS. We are privileged to be part of this meeting, and we look forward to the outcomes of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linda. Be rest assured, the partnership with your organization, Africa CDC, will definitely be strengthened. You already have an advocate within our team. Dr. Elfas is always telling us we should not forget you. And he was always advocating for your organization. So Dr. Elfas, we have seen why you are talking about Dr. Linda's team. So thank you very much. Rest assured, we will definitely continue to work under our leaders who are also here. They also heard you loud and clear. I now invite the chair of the ReTAC, Dr. Yusuf Toure, who is also the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health, the Gambia. He is also my boss, so I work under him, and then he's my permanent secretary. So I also want to welcome you, Dr. Toure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Honorable Minister of Health of Ghana, our rescue care, greetings from the Gambia, Ministry of Health. We've been having that very good relationship, between the two ministries. I must say, some time ago I was in Ghana, and we had a very good welcome to your ministry, even though I didn't get to you, but we were very well taken care of. Thank you for that. Our experts here and our partners, good morning to you all. The commitment of Africa CDC, Western Region CDC, Western Africa CDC Regional Coordinating Center, Regional Economic Committee, member states, international partners, and technical experts. We are all recognized today after having had this pleasant and fruitful experience for the past 2 years. This is the third regional meeting for ReTAC, which is a milestone. It is a unified action among the states of West Africa. We continue to shape our regional strategies and strengthen our sensitive health security in the Western Africa region. We all know the health challenges in West Africa, including the recurring outbreaks and emerging threats that are unique. The fact is that we cannot underestimate the importance of coordinated surveillance, rapid response, and data-driven decision-making in our individual countries. And how far have we gone with this? This reminds us the need to implement our joint health initiatives in the Western Africa region. And these are initiatives we already designed to address our health problems. Along this line, therefore, the advisory committee continues to offer evidence-based technical guidance, helps enhance outbreak preparedness, and support regional and national health strategies. A respectable number of us have been doing this even at the national level. And this has positioned the committee as a crucial bridge between global best practices and the local realities. As a collective, our success stories are the effective responses to outbreaks, that is the Mpox, cholera, Lassa fever, to name a few, and some regional collaborative efforts. We have had innovative approaches using best practices through the expert coordination and support of the Secretariat with improved health outcomes. Sometime earlier in March 2025, we successfully coordinated the second ReTAC meeting in Abidjan,
Cote d'Ivoire. And at the meeting, a communique was developed and endorsed at the first RESCO meeting comprising of ministers of health, which brought in the Minister of Ghana as the chair of RESCO. That meeting provided an opportunity for partners to provide various regional collaborations and initiatives for improved health security in the region. I would like to thank the regional director, Dr. Koku Alinon, and team for a masterful coordination of that meeting. We shall settle for nothing less this time too. Over the period, a regional roadmap on immunization to support the implementation of the continental immunization strategy was developed and validated. The process followed a consultative meeting in this very hotel from 1st to 4th July 2026. The Regional Continental Immunization Strategy Consultation and Validation Meeting witnessed the participation of ReTAC members, health promotion, experts, PHC community health, and EPI directors in the 15 AU member states in Western region in Accra. And during the period under review, that's this period, Africa CDC through the Western Africa Regional Coordinating Center supported member states with emergency operation, center equipment, research mapping, and prioritization, evidence-based surveillance, vaccine-preventable diseases, simulation exercises, emergency preparedness and response, social behavioral change costing, behavioral intelligence and infodemics management, PHC digitalization, resource mobilization, to state a few. Africa CDC will continue to advocate for integrated disease surveillance and real-time data sharing across borders in Western Africa. There is this need for robust collaborative laboratory networks and advanced diagnostic capabilities. This makes ReTAC advocacy truly relevant. We advocate for continuous training and skill enhancement for health professionals and the adoption of innovative technologies and digital solutions to streamline public health responses. We are above all placing emphasis on collaboration between governments, international organizations, civil society, and academia. And through this call, we kindly ask for sharing of resources and expertise. Africa CDC, through the regional secretariat, will continue its coordinated actions until we have a sustainable, resilient regional health system. Finally, we can endeavor to strengthen our PHC coordination at the regional level, leveraging on the existing primary healthcare continental coordination mechanism. We can do this by scaling up the primary healthcare digitalization and innovation program in the remaining 12 CDC member states in the region, and train and deploy our community health workers to contribute to the 1 million community health worker initiative in Africa. We still have the task to operationalize the Africa CDC health promotion and community enhancement for social behavioral change, community, for community of practice in Africa, and ECOWAS risk communication and community engagement network to strengthen health security in the region. In short, as a collective, we have the critical role of collaboration, the need for innovation, and the ongoing commitment to strengthening health security in West Africa. I thank the participants, you the participants, for your invaluable dedication and preparedness. I am quite optimistic, for a productive meeting and a future marked by resilience, responsive, public health systems. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Toure, for all the support that we received from the Regional Technical Advisory Committee under your leadership. We really appreciate the work we have done together. and will continue to work with the Regional Technical Advisory Committee. I now call on, before we have the Minister, we have one more statement to be read by the Africa CDC Regional Special Representative to the DG of Africa CDC, Professor Aliko Hamed, to give his statement.
Honorable Minister, my brother, the chair of the ReTAC, my good fellow colleague, Dr. Koko, and respected colleagues, distinguished partners, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really delighted to be here, and if I may start by extending the greetings from our Director General, His Excellency Dr. Jen Kesaya, to all of you for making the effort and the continuing commitment for safeguarding the health of the population of West Africa. I will also want to extend special thank you again to Ghana for their leadership, hospitality, and the continuing support, even to Africa CDC and the regional team in particular. I have just a few minutes, so I will focus my remarks on 4 key points. And I'm sure over the 2 days, there will be some more explanation on some of the issues that I might raised. The first point that I will want to make is that of a shared humanity and solidarity as Africans and as public health professionals. As we gather here at the moment, Africa is dealing with the biggest public health emergencies we've seen for a long time in this continent. And I'm talking about the Ebola in DRC, and not long ago, the one in Uganda. As of yesterday, there are close to 5,000 confirmed cases and 2,500 deaths. And the trend is still going in the wrong direction. You will agree with me, these are not statistics. These are people. These are families. These are loved ones. We are sitting here not immune just because we are in West Africa. Yes, West Africa has had a long experience in dealing with epidemics, in dealing with Ebola, and we have done well. But the speed, the scale, and the severity of what we are seeing in DRC is unprecedented. And it just means that every member state, every public health professional sitting here, the main thing in their mind is about how ready are we? Are we prepared enough to be able to deal with something if it comes to this region? There is also a broader dimension to this outbreak. This is the first major public health outbreak we are having in the continent under the African health security and sovereignty agenda. We'll have opportunity to talk about that in the next day or so. But this is agenda very much driven by the highest level of political leadership, particularly by our own president of this country, His Excellency Mahatma. At the heart of this agenda is an Africa-led interventions. What that means is that Africans, leadership and technical leaders are the one in the forefront of dealing with this for the continent, quite rightly so. We have WHO and Africa CDC working on a joint coordination framework. And also we have our African head of states, for the very first time, being the first to not only commit, but to demonstrate it by financial response to this epidemic. So we're starting on a good point, but there's a lot more work to do. And this is a test for all of us. This is not about just the leaders. Yes, we are all technical here, but it's a test of our confidence in our ability of whether we can deal with situations like that by Africans, but within Africa. As we deliberate within the next 2 days, I really want us to keep in mind that perspective. Are we really prepared? And are we really going to be able to walk the walk when we have a problem like that? My second point is to do with partnership and collaboration, and more personally for me, participation. I think there are a lot of people who know each other around this group. I am the new one. I just joined Africa CDC recently. I'm looking at the date. I'm about to celebrate my first 100, and this is my first ReTAC. And I'm genuinely delighted to be here, to get to meet you and to get to know you. The range of partnership I've seen over this morning is very encouraging, with membership from member states, from partner organizations, and from private sector. So I will say to my friend Linda, so that's very good. And I'm very confident that our deliberations over the next 2 days will hopefully match the technical ambitions that we have for this meeting. But for me, the first and foremost thing, I'm here as an active participant. I'm here to learn, to listen, to observe, and to see. But most importantly, to celebrate what has been achieved over the past or last 2 years. But equally important, I'm here to engage and to shape what is going to be next, because Africa CDC is evolving into its next phase. And that evolution has impact both within the Africa CDC team and within the partnership and the ecosystem in the region. So I hope the next day or so will be a very deliberate, very focused, forward-looking way of thinking of what is it that we can do collectively together, recognizing that organizations and regions don't stay in one particular position. It evolves, it's change. That brings me to the third point, which is about the transformational change. Africa CDC is still relatively a young institution. In fact, it's not embryonic anymore. I think we're at the toddler stage, as you can see in development terms. And many of you have witnessed and indeed contributed to its growth and to its evolution. Beginning from the first part of this year, the African head of state have mandated Africa CDC to reform itself and to focus on a continental agenda we're calling Africa Health Security and Sovereignty Agenda. That's the focus, and this is shaped and informed by the owners of Africa CDC, which is a member state of the African Union. And we are moving from what you are familiar with previously as a new public health order to Africa Health Security and Sovereignty Agenda. And I hope in the next day or so we'll talk a lot more about it. But at the heart of it is something that nobody will dispute. This is about saying Africa should move from dependency to greater independence. This is about moving from fragmentation to integration. This is about moving from ad hoc approaches to approaches that are sustainable, both in systems and in institutions. But equally important, it's about optimizing our own capabilities, the assets we have in Africa, how our technical expertise can work together with our political leadership in order to make the difference we need to do. I have not seen a time in Africa where technical leadership and political leadership are working in sync. And I think that is a great opportunity for change. That alignment is a powerful opportunity, or indeed a responsibility for us to make a difference and to do it differently. So this is the new focus for Africa CDC, and the implications will continue to be a change for us and for our relationship with all of you. My last point, which directly applies to all of us here, is added value. You are here all as the representation of the brightest technical mind in West Africa. So we don't have more than you. But you are also generously contributing your time and resources and effort towards improvement of health. So over the next 2 days, I would very much want us to really reflect, but to also ask ourselves very simple and honest questions. Do we have the right skill balance in this room and in the region, and the right capabilities that will inform this new Africa Health Security Agenda. If we don't, where do we find it? But if we do, how can we do better? What is it that we can do better? And what is it that we can hold each other to account? Because coming to meetings is one thing, following after the meeting is another thing. And I think we have that responsibility for the people we serve to be able to hold ourselves to account. So I look forward to coming back next year and celebrating successes along the line of the new AHS agenda. Africa CDC is not an institution on its own. As Dr. Koku just reminded us, it's an institution owned by all of us as citizens of Africa. So it's what you inform and what you shape. And collectively, that will mean we have the added value. So your expertise and your commitment and your willingness to work together is what will make the difference. So I look forward in the next 2 days for a practical, forward-looking deliberations, and most importantly, for very clear ideas of how we can make the impact within the continent. Once again, thank you, and I look forward to interacting with you over the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Prof. Aliko, and thank you also for the leadership of the RCC. Now we are going to almost the final touches of the statements, and that is to allow the Honorable Minister to come in. But before he comes in, I want to give you a rundown of some of the things that he needs to know. Honorable Minister and the Chair of RESCO, I want to inform you that this meeting has attracted over 60 participants from member states, from 14 member states. One of the member states could not attend because of some challenges at the last minute, but we have 14 member states here at the representation, and each of the member states sent in 2 participants, except for Nigeria, where we have more, because as my boss mentioned, it's a continent of its own. So we always consider bringing more people from Nigeria. When we're asking for 2, for countries, we bring in 4 or 5 from Nigeria. That's our justification. We also have the report of the second ReTAC meeting, which we are going to review today. The report is almost shared with all participants for them to look at it. We are going to review and validate that today. We also have as I said, the partners that are here also are partners. We also seen them here. We have the civil society and as well as the sector in connection to the 60 participants. For the RESCO agenda also we have developed, and we're also going to review the RESCO agenda, which will be shared to you by our leadership at the RCC for your review and endorsement in preparation for the next RESCO meeting, which we also discuss on that. So basically, this is a summary I want to give you, and we also want to thank you for the excellent leadership. Since we left Abidjan, we have really been pushing on the action points that we have agreed to do, and I'm sure if you are around, or Dr. Ignatius is give you an it's been from my in Abidjan 2025. So I also want to give you that update. So on that note, I invite you to come and give your statement on that.
Thank you very much, MC. The Regional Director of the Africa CDC, West Africa Regional Coordinating Center, my brother, Dr. Koku, Professor Luku, who is representing the DG, the Chairman of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee, Dr. Chure, leadership and staff of the Western Africa Regional Coordinating Center, distinguished members of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee, representatives of member states and regional economic communities, development and technical partners, distinguished public health experts, ladies and gentlemen, Before I read my speech, I want to share some few reforms we're embarking on in Ghana in our healthcare delivery sector or system. I believe that, one, the foundation of health security, in my humble opinion, is primary health care. Because if we decide to respond to these emergencies, we definitely will have to respond to them in our communities. And so usually, when you have a very strong primary health care, then you'll have a robust system. And in all countries where they have succeeded in arriving at universal health coverage, you realize that that decisive decision to invest in primary health care is clearly demonstrated. And so in Ghana, what we have decided to do is that we have introduced about 3 main interventions in the health sector at the moment, where one complements the other. And so there's now what we call free primary health care, because we believe that finances has become a barrier to healthcare, especially in Africa. And so when you remove the barrier, that financial barrier, it will then give more access to the citizens. And so we have introduced what we call free primary health care. All you need to do is to identify yourself as a Ghanaian, and you have access to primary health care at what we call the CHIP compound level, the health centers, and then the polyclinics. Now, because the healthcare system doesn't end there, from the polyclinic we go to the district hospitals, the regional hospitals, and the teaching hospitals. And so there's another one that we call the National Health Insurance Scheme. And that has been in place for more than 20 years now. It's gone through a lot of changes from its pilot stage to the mutual stage to its national level as we have it at the moment. And at the moment, the National Health Insurance covers about 70% of our population. About a year ago, we were around 57, 60. But as I speak to you now, we are above 70%. So what it means is that where the free primary health care doesn't cover, then the National Health Insurance comes in. Again, there are some diseases that are also not captured under the National Health Insurance Scheme. Especially notable amongst them is the non-communicable diseases. And that is what draws a lot of people into the poverty line. And so there's another intervention at that level we call the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. In Ghana, it is popularly known as Mahama Cares. And so that is also dedicated towards the funding of non-communicable diseases. You know, let me go back to the free primary health. The free primary health care, the game changer there is how we'll be visiting people at home. Now, we are taking the healthcare delivery to people's houses, detecting the diseases on time to be able to manage them. So that is what we are doing. We have about 261 districts in Ghana, and the first phase we are rolling out about 150 for 2026. We are retooling all our primary healthcare facilities, and then the ultimate aim is that by the year 2028, every part of this country should be on free primary healthcare. And we think that it is the foundation of our healthcare delivery. This health sovereignty, for me, in my humble opinion again, has more to do with about domestic mobilization of funds and investing where it is needed most. And we have been able to do all these things because we have been able to domestically mobilize our own resources. from the National Health Insurance Levy. And so nobody dictates to us where we should invest the money. We will determine where we think that we have to invest our money to get the results we want. And so I will encourage all member states, health sovereignty, in my humble opinion, means that we should do well to raise our own money, we should do well to domestically mobilize, and then invest the money where they are needed most. And above all, transparency and accountability is also very important. Now let me go to what I have been scribbled to read. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to Accra for the annual meeting of the Regional Technical Advisory Committee of the African CDC Western Africa Regional Coordinating Center. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I extend our warmest welcome to all delegates, partners, and public health experts gathered here. And here we say Akwaba. We are honored to host this important meeting at a time when Africa is taking decisive steps to strengthen its health security, deepen regional cooperation, and advance the cause of health sovereignty. The establishment and continued growth of Africa CDC represents one of the clearest expressions of our commitment, or continent's commitment, to collective action in public health. The African Health, Security, and Sovereignty Agenda now provides a framework for translating that commitment into stronger institutions, sustainable financing, and practical preparedness at the national, regional, and continental levels. Last month, at the Extraordinary African Union Summit here in Accra, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, underscored the importance of African unity, institutional resilience, and health sovereignty. His message was clear. Africa must invest in its own systems, strengthen regional cooperation, and build the capacity to protect its people whilst ensuring that no member state is left behind. The experience of COVID-19 demonstrated the cost of excessive dependence on external supply chains for vaccines, diagnostics, medicines, and other essential health products. Ebola taught us the human and economic cost of fragmented surveillance and delayed coordination. The continuing threats posed by Mpox and Marburg, alongside growing challenge of antimicrobial resistance, remind us that the public health threats do not respect national borders. Our preparedness and response system cannot, therefore, stop at those borders. We must build systems that can detect threats early, share information quickly, mobilize expertise and resources across borders, and respond with speed and coordination. That is the essence of health security and health sovereignty. Health sovereignty does not mean isolation from the rest of the world. It means developing the capacity to act decisively at home whilst engaging global partners from a position of greater strength, preparedness, and self-reliance. Ghana remains fully committed to this agenda. We continue to strengthen disease surveillance, laboratory systems, genomic sequencing, emergency preparedness, and workforce development. We are also investing in diagnostics and epidemic intelligence, whilst building stronger connections between research, policy, and frontline public health practice. We equally recognize that Africa cannot achieve health sovereignty without reducing its dependence on external supply chains. This requires deliberate investment in the local production of medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, and other essential health products. It also requires regulatory cooperation, viable regional markets and supply chains that can withstand future emergencies. At the national level, Ghana is advancing a new health architecture that places prevention, early detection, equitable access, and sustainable domestic financing at the center of our health system. The progressive rollout of the free primary health care is indeed to reduce financial barriers and bring essential services closer to individuals, families, and communities. This is complemented by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as Mahama Cares, which is being developed as a sustainable mechanism for financing the treatment of specific or specified chronic and high-cost conditions. Together, these interventions seek to build a continuum of care from prevention and early detection to advanced treatment while strengthening our progress towards universal health coverage. As chairman of ReTAC, I am encouraged by the progress being made to strengthen the Western African RCC as a platform for regional coordination and action. The RCC must, however, go beyond facilitating dialogue. It must become an effective operational platform that connects national systems, supports timely information sharing, and enables joint preparedness and coordinated response. Its success will not be measured merely by the number of meetings held or reports produced. It will be measured by the readiness of member states, the speed with which information is shared, and the effectiveness of our collective response when the next public health threat emerges. ReTAC occupies a central place in this effort. As the principal technical advisory body of the RCC, you are expected to provide strategic direction, sound technical advice, and forward-looking recommendations to ReTAC and Western Africa RCC Directorate. Those recommendations must be scientifically robust, financially realistic, and capable of practical implementation by member states. I therefore encourage this meeting to focus on the systems and capacities our region urgently requires. These include stronger cross-border surveillance, interoperable laboratory and data systems, coordinated emergency operations, sustainable financing, regulatory cooperation, resilient supply chains, and well-trained public health workforce. Our sub-region is not short of capable institutions or technical expertise. The challenge is how to coordinate and deploy these resources efficiently, particularly during emergencies. We must know where critical expertise, laboratory capacity, medical countermeasures, and emergency personnel are located, and establish clear procedures for mobilizing them before an emergency arises. An outbreak in one country must be treated as a potential regional alert. Member states must therefore continue to strengthen their national systems while supporting regional mechanisms for information sharing, preparedness, and response. National resilience and regional solidarity are not competing objectives, they are mutually reinforcing. The pursuit of Africa's health security and sovereignty agenda must also go beyond declarations, policies, and resolutions. It must be reflected in national budget, stronger institutions, functional surveillance, system-responsive digital platforms, capable workforce, resilient supply chains, and increased capacity to manufacture essential health products on our continent. Political commitment must therefore be matched by investment and sustained implementation. I also call on our development and technical partners to align their support with African priorities and invest in long-term institutional capacity rather than concentrating primarily on short-term emergency investments. Global cooperation remains essential, but it must strengthen African systems and reinforce African ownership. Historically, our history will judge us not simply by how we respond to past emergencies, but by whether we learn from them and build systems capable of protecting future generations. We must therefore approach this responsibility with urgency, innovation, and unity of purpose. As chairman of ReTAC, I assure you of my continued support for initiatives that strengthen the Western Africa RCC, empower ReTAC, and translate the Africa health security and sovereignty agenda into functional systems and measurable outcomes. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I welcome you once again to Accra and wish you a fruitful deliberations. May the work of this meeting contribute meaningfully to a healthier, safer, more self-reliant, and more resilient Africa. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's give him a round of applause again, and also to all the presenters also. They've done an excellent presentation of their statements. We really appreciate all of them, and Honorable, thank you very much for the leadership of the ReTAC. Now we have come to the end of the statements. The Honorable Minister is busy, so he'll be leaving us. But before leaving us, he is going to have a photograph with us at the pool. So we allow the high table to move first, and then we follow them. Colleagues will be directing them as to where they'll be going. You follow the green jackets, those ones, they'll direct you to the pool. And then they'll go to the pool. Then please, after the photograph, please don't go to your room yet. Come back for the coffee. We have about 15 minutes coffee. And then, whilst you're taking our coffee, rush to your room and bring the boarding passes and give it to the boarding passes, the ones that receive tickets from us, direct from Africa CDC. We need your boarding passes. And then from there, we come and take our coffee. Then we come back immediately. Remember, I said we are going to keep time. We are going to try to save time so that we can also give you time to go out and see Accra, Greater Accra. You can go out, there are the seaside, the Mokola Market, Osu area, wherever you want to go, kindly go and enjoy yourself. But at least this can only be possible when we are able to save time. So please, let's allow the high table, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, and then to go to the pool, where we'll organize the photograph, and then from there, colleagues can follow immediately. Okay, thank you. So when you come back, also the restrooms are here on the left. You can use the restrooms on the left when you come back. Right, thank you. So let's immediately follow them. Let's follow them. Let's not waste time. Let's follow them. Quick, so that we can come back. Fatima, you want me?
When I wake, I know you are with me. In the dark, I can almost see you clearly. Every day, you're singing over me. Like water, my love runs free. Oh, there is nothing like your love. There is nothing and no one above. Oh, come be with us, Holy One. In my pain, I know you can feel it. There I find the comfort in your spirit. Every day you're singing over me. Like water, my love runs free. Oh, there is nothing like your love. There is nothing and no one above. Oh, come be with us, Holy One. Oh, come be with us, Holy One. Anywhere I go, and you I find my home. Anywhere I go, and you I find my home. There is nothing like your love. There is nothing and no one above. Oh, come be with us, Holy One. Oh, come be with us, Holy One. Oh, come be with us, Holy One.
Please help this channel by liking and subscribing to it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get seated. Can we get seated? The media, please, can we get seated? Please, 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 please. Can we organize ourselves, the media? Okay, thank you. So we are jumping the report review. The report is going to be led by the chair of the ReTAC. So we are going to jump that because they are in a meeting. Doctor, you are not there in that meeting. Yeah, you have to be there. You are very key. So they are having a side meeting. So we are going to jump straight to my presentation and the action points of the previous second ReTAC meeting. Those who were there, can you put on your headsets? If you have your headset, get it ready. And then we can start, because I may speak in French and Portuguese. So today I'm very ready today. Very ready today. So are we ready to hear my Portuguese and French? Are you sure? Don't worry, I'm still learning. Okay. Okay. So now we go to the presentation of which is the action points of the last meeting in Abidjan. We had our ReTAC meeting on the 24th and 25th of March, 2025. And we came up with some action points. And then some of the presentation, Habiba already highlighted 2 main slides, which I'm going to jump. Sam, are we ready? We're waiting for our IT guru. I hope the note takers are taking notes for tomorrow, recap, and as well as also for the report. So as I said, I don't know for those who are missing the interpretation, the report of the second meeting in Abidjan will be reviewed under the leadership of the ReTAC chair, but is currently on a bilateral meeting with the minister. So he cannot be able to make it. So he'll come back, and anytime he comes, we are going to present it. Is that clear? Then from there, then we go to the presentation, which I'm going to make on the progress we have so far achieved after the action points of the second ReTAC meeting. So today, this time is the third meeting. So we are going to the second meeting. Okay, are we good? Samuel, we are waiting. You didn't see the presentation? It's on email with you. Check your email from me today, this morning.
It's sitting in a very opposite. You better project it from your side. It's sitting very
from my side.
We will not read anything. That's what I've decided. I'll show it.
Samuel, have you seen it? Samuel, what happened to your email? Colleagues, just give me 1 minute. Is projecting. Hello, are we good? Samuel, are we there? You've seen it? Okay. Bully, I think I'm happy to see one of my colleagues. He's from Senegal, but I'm from Gambia. We work together on the cross-border collaboration, which we initiated around 2020 or 2019. In 2021, was it Farafenya? Where we did the plan. We speak the local languages when we are doing the presentation. Okay, thank yeah, because that group, only few people were able to speak French. So we have to do all our presentation in the local languages. You can remember that, huh? So, okay, good. Colleagues, this is what I'm going to present. As I said, we have, this is already presented, but I just want to give just a background of it. We're talking about the article, but we also have the governance structure of the RCC, the Coordination Center for Western Africa. We have the Regional Steering Committee, RESCO. I've seen the chairperson, who is the Minister of Health. We've also seen the Regional Technical Advisory Committee, which is also chaired by Dr. Toure. We also have the point, like for example, the point of need support, and the RCC also bring Africa CDC technical presence closer to the member states. Because headquarters cannot come from headquarters and start working with state in Guinea-Conakry or in Guinea-Bissau or Liberia or the Gambia. So that's why the RCC is there as the interlink between the headquarters and the member states. So we're also supporting member states. The RCC also serves as a secretariat for the regional governance structure. Both the governance structure of the RESCO and the ReTAC, the RCC serve as a secretariat. So that's why we organize the meeting. We convene it in collaboration with the ReTAC chair. This meeting was organized as a result of the approval given by the ReTAC chair. And if you are to also do a RESCO meeting, it's also going to be approved by the RESCO chair before we can. So we are the secretariat, we initiate the discussion, and they do the approval. The core mandate is mainly coordination and integration of our intervention, and just the essence is to foster collaboration and also integration among member states. We also have mapping public health assets. That's also one of our responsibilities. Also map, strengthen, and also network public health assets to harness capacity and as well as also advance impact in the region. Like for example, our colleague Samuel, who does the assessment for the EOC, Emergency Operation Centers in member states, he does the assessment and come back with a report, and that also, that will also dictate as to what we need to do for that member state. That's why we are able to support 7 member states with EOC equipment. And some of your member states, those member states are already here with us. We also have knowledge exchange. We also facilitate knowledge sharing among member states. we bring member states together. So in the event that a member state is interested to learn about the free primary healthcare services in Ghana, you are free to write to the Africa CDC, RCC, to be able to request for support in trying to exchange, also, and as well as also to facilitate knowledge sharing among member states. Strategy implementation. I also implement the Africa CDC strategy plan within the region. Some of your member states were involved in the midterm review of the strategy plan of Africa CDC. Some of you were also involved in the engagement, and some of your countries, there are some consultants who were in our countries to do the assessment or review of the strategy plan. Coming down to Africa CDC, as I said, Africa CDC is a secretariat based in Addis Ababa, that's the headquarters. And we also have the 5 regional coordinating centers. The northern is currently temporarily in Addis Ababa. We also have the Central Africa region in Libreville in Gabon, the eastern in Nairobi, Kenya, southern in Lusaka, Zambia, then we have western in Abuja, Nigeria. We have 15 member states, 5 Anglophone, 8 Francophone, and 2 Lessophone countries. So this West African, our role is to coordinate all the member states in this country, in this region, the 15 member states. We work with them, we support them, we also organize capacity strengthening for states in the region. A message from our DG, not a rival, the ministry's technical arm. We are not a rival to any other institution or the Ministry of Health, but we are the technical arm of the Ministry of Health, and that is mainly the MPHI. This is what we are promoting. We want the MPHI not to be seen as a rival to the Ministry of Health, but instead should be seen as a technical arm of the Ministry of Health. They support the technical delivery of the Ministry of Health. Like you talk about, for example, Nigeria CDC, you talk about Sierra Leone, the National Public Health Agency. You also talk about National Public Health Institute of other countries. These are the technical arm of the Ministry of Health. We also have our priorities, which we set for ourselves in 2026. We want to strengthen institutional operations and governance, and as well as build institutional and human capacity, and as well as also enhance resource mobilization, partnership, and visibility. That is why in our office we have a partnership officer who is supporting the resource mobilization through the Resource Mobilization Committee, which he is leading, and this committee is responsible for resource mobilization by writing grants and proposals wherever we see, so that we can be able to operationalize our RCC without putting much burden on the headquarters. Overview on the activities, the snapshot, the statutory meetings we have held. We have held 2 ReTAC meetings. This is the 3rd one. We also had 1 RESCO meeting, which was also held, as I said, in Abidjan in 2025. Regional coordination and member state consultation on the Africa CDC priorities. We also have the ReSILNet, that's the Regional Integrated Surveillance and Laboratory Network. This we are also having an annual coordination meeting, and we are having another one next week in Burkina Faso, and we are happy that the one who is hosting us in Burkina Faso is the DG of NPHI in Burkina Faso, is currently with us here, and will be I'm sure some of the partners receive invitation for this important meeting. If you don't have, please reach out to our colleague Elfas, and if you are interested to witness this resilient meeting, kindly reach out to Dr. Elfas. Capacity building and training. We're involved in the cross-border and health surveillance and early warning, RCCE, risk communication and infodemic management, and as well as 717 and training for simulation exercise, as well as supportive support in the member state. And we also embark on country engagement. And this country engagement, we want to modify it in the long run. When we are doing country engagement in the member state, we really want to also work with partners on the ground. Even the partners that also want to join us to go to the other member state for country engagement, we will also open our doors for those partners to join us to participate in the country engagement, because the engagement covers all areas of of health in the member state, be it One Health across. And as well as, so we also visit ministries of environment, and as well as ministries of agriculture and ministries of health. So we will definitely reach out to some of you to be able to join us in those teams. We also have the member state engagement, as I mentioned. So we have currently done 14 with Guinea-Bissau. We planned it the last time, and then we couldn't make it because of certain unforeseen conditions. But definitely, this is one of our priority for this 2026. Before it ends, we are coming to Guinea-Bissau for a country engagement. And we are happy that the Director General, Dr. Samori, is here with us, and then he is willing to welcome us in the Republic of Guinea-Bissau in Bissau. We have institutional development studies of NPHI established in West Africa. We have 10 member states established NPHI. So meaning we have 5 more member states. And there are discussions. My colleague here, Dr. Fatah, is also here. He's also going to help us in reaching out to the member states. 4 already are in progress. That is Senegal, Niger, and the Gambia. And I'm sure the PS of Gambia is aware of the engagement of the NPHI mission. And the whole idea is to make sure that at least the Gambia, Togo, Niger, and Senegal implement the NPHI. Yet to express interest is Benin. Our colleagues from Benin will also express interest from here that they need to establish the NPHI. We have Rebecca, Dr. Rebecca is here. We also have Prof. David is also here, who can work with them to be able to establish the NPHI. So we hope after this meeting, Benin will express interest and write to us, and that's also going to be one of our key KPIs, which we are going to monitor for ourselves in the next coming meeting. Regional centers for excellence. We have already Nigeria, Liberia, and Burkina Faso are the regional centers of excellence. So if you really want to learn more about NPHI establishment and operations, you need to visit Nigeria, Liberia, and Burkina Faso. At least so that you can also be able to learn how they started up and also how they operationalize. But other countries also establish. Capacity institutional growth. For the achievement here, Niger Public Health Institute initiated and also now been paired with Burkina Faso because they speak the same language and they are not far from each other. So these countries are paired so that they can also be able to learn from each other. Advocacy missions conducted to the Gambia. This was done last year. And then also 3 centers of excellence established, as I mentioned, Nigeria, Liberia, and Burkina Faso. Oh. What happened? The screen is off. The screen is off, sorry. Are we good? Can I continue? Establishment assessment from April to July. We've done assessment of the Sierra Leone NPHA in April, and also that of Liberia in May 2026, and as well as NCDC Nigeria in May again 2026 from 19th to 21st of May. And also INSP, that is NPHI in Burkina Faso, was also done in June 2026. Achievement institutional progress. We were able to achieve the second ReTAC meeting was conducted, and also the first and second were also conducted. The first RESCO and the second ReTAC meeting were successfully conducted in Cote d'Ivoire, and also the second ReTAC meeting also communiqué adopted, and as well as the draft of the second meeting also produced, and which we are expected to validate today. Key governance structures, RESCO, ReTAC, ReSILNet, regional and things that we also establish, and as well as also providing oversight, legal guidance, and peer learning and decision-making in the member states. Joint Regional Public Health Emergency Operations Center proposal was also developed with WA-RCC together, and also the essence is to establish and operationalize the platform for all the 15 member states in West Africa. We also done this, and then we are also working, and we are making progress in trying to mobilize resources for the proposal to be adopted, and so that it can be operationalized in the 15 member states. Improve planning and accountability, maintaining the strong relationship with ministries of health, public health institutes, regional bodies, private sector, academia, and partners. And some of you will agree with me that we are also able to strengthen our collaboration with partners, the NPHIs, and we have focal points that are very, very supportive to our initiative in the region. Consolidating the institutional mandate, 3 member states, that's Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana, the sharing agreement. My colleague, Dr. Habiba, will highlight on that, so that other member states, I know in Cote d'Ivoire, there were processes, final time of signing, it has not been signed. Likewise also, Guinea, they need orientation, and other countries also need still guidance. So my colleague, Dr. Habiba, will also highlight on that. 7+ stakeholders at the second round of stakeholders and partners meeting. This was discussed that we should do the second round of partners meeting in Cote d'Ivoire, and we were able to do that meeting. I think it was held in Ghana. My colleague will also emphasize, we have also achieved that. EOC equipment, we have been asked to support member states to have EOC equipment installed. We were able to do that within that period. 7 countries were able to install the EOCs. That's Ghana, Guinea, Benin, Togo, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea-Bissau. So we are left with almost about 8 countries. So these 8 countries, still we need to support you at least to establish fully operationalized EOCs. And our colleague Samuel is the one who does the assessment. So we hope that other countries also will express interest. 14 country engagement missions conducted. We are left with 1, and I'm sure very soon we'll do that. Strengthening health systems. We're talking about strengthening governance, expand technical support to member states, improve emergency preparedness, and enhance surveillance and laboratory systems, and stronger regional and as well as international partnership. We also want the regional roadmap of the continental immunization strategy is also finalized. Consultation in Accra, and also that was done here on the 1st to the 4th of July 2025. We also adoption of the Kigali meeting again in October 2025, and also validation meeting in the Gambia in 2025 in December. These were also done. So we have also achieved ourselves on that one, achieved something on that area. Regional Technical Working Group on Immunization established. So we want all of you to know that there is already an established Regional Technical Working Group on Immunization. So all the member states have a role in that. It's not only EPI program directors or managers. We also want all the program, community health, health promotion, or public health, and all those areas need to participate in those technical working groups to give us their guidance, because immunization is a cross-cutting area. So our colleague also will emphasize on that in his presentation. Roland will also emphasize on that as the Senior Technical Officer for Immunization. We also have achievements, regional health promotion and community engagement, SB social behavior change, community of practice also established in our region. We are happy to have the president of that particular COP, who is also here with us from the Republic of Guinea. He'll also, if you have also any questions, you can also be able to address. We have the One Health multi-sectoral coordination platform established in Niger. If you also want ideas on that, you can reach out to our colleague, Dr. Mariam. We have the PSC digitalization successfully conducted in Senegal, and also the Gambia and Sierra Leone. And we also want to scale up to the 12 member states that also express interest to digitalize the primary healthcare program in their member states. And I'm sure my colleague Samuel is also with that together with me in this particular area. Behavioral intelligence and infodemic management, our colleague Dr. Abara is also leading this. It's also institutionalized in Ghana and Sierra Leone, and there are plans also to scale up this intervention in other member states. The whole idea is to strengthen risk communication and community engagement in the member states, and we want to do it through the BEAM approach. We've also supported Nigeria's first behavioral and social drivers assessment for immunization, uptake, and costing financing for social behavior change. And then Prof. Aliko was also in this meeting in Ghana and in Nigeria, and he did the opening statement for this one. So we're also happy that Nigeria colleagues are also here, so we can also scale up this initiative. This was something that was also something we need to strengthen as a region. Summary of successes. 15 member states integrated into the PGI, something that we also did equipment and reagents also supplied to the member state. The Pathogen Genomic Initiative also is something that we supported member state 2025, and most of the countries like Guinea, we did a lot of spending on that area, especially the NPHI. Over 200 public health officials trained on surveillance and early warning systems and risk communication across the region, and 25 plus functional sequencing platforms also established. And whilst 10 countries with heightened surveillance, and as well as also the services, the UPS and also the servers also provided to the member states. This is also what we are doing. And strengthening regional governance, also improve regional collaboration with member states. All of you will agree with me that we have also been able to strengthen the collaboration between Africa CDC and other partners in the region. Operationalization of the RCC framework is something that we also were able to do a lot, and now we are moving towards fully operationalization of the center, and we'll soon invite to our regional coordination center, and also when there's also time to launch the center, we'll also extend the invitation to you. Work in progress. We are working to our leadership of the RCC to secure permanent office for the RCC. This is already a work in progress. The Nigerian government is also providing support in this area, and our leadership is really pushing very hard. And I said very soon you'll get our new office, and all of you can find time. Anytime you're in Abuja for a mission, you can always come and then have your time, do your work in their office, which is open for all the 15 member states, both member states and partners. Financial management, we are trying to strengthen governance, and recently Africa CDC was able to provide a finance officer of the RCC to support the operationalization of the RCC. The SLL program has ended in 2025 December, and now with the Africa Health Security and Sovereignty Agenda, which is also taken up as a transition plan for the SLL, and our leadership is also pushing this agenda very well. We also heighten coordination demands, and also amid changes in regional political context. We know that Mali, Burkina, and Niger are not part of the ECOWAS bloc, but we are also trying to strengthen our collaboration with those member states to make sure that they also benefit whatever other countries are also benefiting. Full operationalization of the regional PSEOC coordination platform. The proposal have been submitted, have been already ongoing. We are still working on how to finalize the proposal so that we can have a fully operationalized public health emergency operations center at the regional level. And again, that will also be linked to the member state. Our colleague Samuel is also coordinating that one. Strengthening coordination of the primary healthcare transformation agenda. We also established and launched, Africa CDC established and launched the primary healthcare continental coordination mechanism with the different forums. We have the Forum for Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, Forum for Immunization, Forum for Community Health and Health Promotion, and as well as also other forums are also being discussed, and these are also going to be operationalized at the continental level, regional level, and also at member state level. Next steps in our operations, we want to fully operationalize the RCC through the established structures, the RESCO, the ReTAC, the ReSILNet, and ECHO platforms, and also we want to also implement the regional roadmap of immunization and strengthen human resources, embark on country engagement mission to Guinea-Bissau, and conduct the second RESCO meeting, and also engage member states to sign the data sharing agreement, and also advance the second phase of the regional PSEOC roadmap prioritization outstanding at EOC installations. Our colleague is also leading that process. So that's the second phase of the PSEOC assessment. We also want to convene the third round of the stakeholders. We have been asked in the last ReTAC meeting to ensure that we have the second round of the stakeholders meeting, which was done. And now we also want to see whether there is a need for us to do the third round of the stakeholders meeting. I'm sure this meeting will also decide on that. Establish structured peer-to-peer learning among ReTAC members. The idea is something that we want to get all the ReTAC members together to be working and also have this structure ongoing. And we hope, we have not done much in this area, but at least we hope that something will be done before next year. We also finalized the joint, we're also thinking of having this plan. If it is not there, we are going to sit with ECOWAS RCSDC, as we did last year, to have a plan which is going to be operationalized at our level. Sustain functional governance and coordination mechanisms. We also want to develop a joint regional work plan with ECOWAS RCSDC and also implement the plan as expected. So basically, I think this is almost the end of my slides. I would say this is the end of my slide. I thank you very much for your kind attention. So now we go into the, do we have the report? So the PS will now lead us, the ReTAC chair will now lead us to that process. We will do the question after all the presentations. Then we have my other colleague will present after this. Do we review the report, Chair? Or, because everybody have the report. If they have any comment, they have no comment, no issue with the report. It was sent through WhatsApp. If we think you are okay with the report, we can just adopt it. We move, but somebody have to lead us into that process before we can go into adoption. PS, the floor is yours. You can come and lead us into that report. Yeah, Samuel is projecting it, yeah. It's part of the agenda to review and validate the report.
Okay. What you sent? Okay, good morning, or good afternoon now. So, as outlined by the Moderator General, we would go for report of the second ReTAC, meeting. So we would expect the team out there, to show us the report, and I believe this is something that was said. So we would go through it quickly. If you have any corrections, omissions, or additions to make, then we go through it, as a team, and have it adopted. So the technical team, Moderator General, will help us with the technical team to project. Okay. You will take us through, colleagues. This is the second technical, meeting of ReTAC in Côte d'Ivoire, and this is where we had the communique, which was endorsed during the, RESCO meeting. So you will look at it by pages. So can you take us to the first page, please? Okay. So those are the countries who participated. Is that the communique? This is the communique, right? Is the report, yeah. Okay. So Do we have any comment? If he's moving very fast, please you let us know. So the hosting agreement, do we have issues with that? Okay, move on. Next paragraph. Okay, can we have the whole of the TORs that outline the functions of the advisory committee? Okay. Okay. Are we okay with the TORs? Okay. Okay, these are the participants. Do any participant felt missing out? Those of you who were there, if you're... Okay, objectives? Okay, the rest of the objectives? All right. All right, let's have the opening remarks. Okay, next. Okay. Cote d'Ivoire, is that okay? Okay. Yes. We're putting up only the English version, but you have your French and Portuguese versions with you, right? So you could go through that, and as we move through the pages, if you have any issue, please raise it. And okay, the host at the time. Okay, this was the handover ceremony from Gambia to Gambia. Okay. The meeting agenda was adopted. Okay. We are not dealing with matters arising. There is a separate session for that. We are not dealing with matters arising. For matters arising in the yeah. Okay, the progress report. Okay, ReTAC terms of reference. Okay, the terms of reference. Then the panel discussions. Yeah, I hope some of us can remember these discussions well. Especially the, Niger experience, how soldiers could be used to get to hard-to-reach areas, for the doses, to the vulnerable and stuff like that. You can remember those issues that came up. The use of drones, to drop the medication at critical points, because these are hard-to-reach areas. The conflict issues, and how we agreed, despite the ECOWAS regulation, for us this is no boundary, so we would continue to work as a team in our region. Okay, so those are some of the things we should capture. Yes. The role of the local NGOs in Mali, and in Nigeria too, the significant challenges, identifying the root cause of conflicts. So go on. Okay. Let's move. And day 2, after recap. So this page is making reference to specific people. So if you are in the room, we assume if you are quiet, it's okay. We can move on. Huh? All right. Yes. You have to.
Yeah, please, can you go up? I think, in my opinion, African Union has the mandate to cover all these countries. So to me, it's not necessary to put the phrase, he was happy to know that African CDC still accommodate them in the scheme of things despite that they don't exist anymore in the ECOWAS. African Union has the mandate. They have not left African Union, and I don't think there is need for this statement. He was happy to know that African CDC still accommodates them in the scheme of things despite that they don't exist anymore in the ECOWAS region. Yeah, to delete, I propose you delete it because African Union is still, has the mandate to cover these 3 countries that have left ECOWAS.
Or do we say, he's happy to know that Africa CDC still accommodates the scheme of things. Any? Yeah, this was already said, but for reasons of diplomacy and you know, you may not want to present it this way. Okay, we can be silent about it, nah? Okay, is that the consensus? We delete it, right? Do we have any objection to deleting it? Let me put it that way. Okay, so the Secretariat, you know, that goes off. We presented as if nothing had happened, they are still with us. You know, because we all draw our mandate from the African Union, and there is no problem at that level, you know. Okay? All right, so that would be the omission we would have. Let's move. Let's move. Okay. Okay, surveillance and outbreak detection. Guinea. Okay. Benin. Okay. Okay, the 717 early detection concept. Move on. Yes.
This helping member state, can we substitute helping with supporting?
Health system in member states. Okay, supporting instead of helping. Yeah. I think supporting would do. So that's okay. You change helping to supporting. Hmm? I hope somebody is taking these notes, huh? At that level. You are. Okay, move on. I don't know how helping is captured with the French and the Lesothophone, so it may not be the direct translation, but you know better. Hmm? The idea here is to support the member states to, establish this in their countries. Next paragraph. Okay, partners. Okay, but not much was said about what the partner said. Huh? Next. Okay, let's conclude. Okay, so Do we have any thing omitted or? Yes.
Merci bien. Pour les prochaines étapes, je ne sais pas s'il ne faut pas proposer les responsables des activités qui ont été proposées et les échéances pour leur réalisation. Voilà. Voilà. Merci.
Okay. Okay. The suggestion is that to have deadlines for the implementation of these activities. So did we discuss that? Did we have some timelines during the meeting? You were, yes. It's not documented, yes. So we are proposing that you attach some timelines to some of this. If they had passed, let that be indicated, somewhere, but let that come as action point, yes, from this meeting. So thank you very much, colleague out there. So that would be done. Any other, issue you want to raise? Okay. In the absence of any other issue, I want to propose that we have somebody to move to adopt by country. ReTAC members, please. Any country that would want to move this? Where is Senegal?
Nigeria can propose. But it's a big country. Nigeria can propose.
What?
Yes, going through the report, I did not cite anything on the routine immunization. Either than that, I would have suggested that the second point of the conclusion should be strengthening routine immunization, surveillance, and outbreak response. Because you cannot do surveillance outbreak response without strengthening routine immunization. It's very, very important. Thank you.
Okay. That's an addition, and we agree, right? Yes. So we are saying with the adjustments, we want to move the motion that we adopt. But you want to say something, Prof?
No, I want to propose the adoption after the amendments. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay. Nigeria is proposing the adoption after the amendments. Do we have a seconder? Okay. Senegal has seconded after the corrections. So we hereby declare that the report has been adopted. So thank you very much for your adoption. So who is the next presenter? Let me.
Yeah, after the presentation.
The?
This one.
Yes. The next on the agenda is the 2026 Africa CDC WA-RCC Progress Report and Strategic Priorities for 2027. Walter Onditi Omar and Dr. Abara Erim. Walter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me wait for projection from our IT guru. So this is going to be highlights of 2026 work plan, which has been well presented by my colleague on the general progress status up to where we are, including part of what has been done. So for 2026 is actually going to be just a very high level because most of it has been covered there. However, much would be on 2027. But before we go then, perhaps it would be necessary maybe just to project the outline. I'm aware a majority of us, as we want to talk about the 2027 work plan, or even the current work plan, 2026, I'm aware a majority might not be conversant with the AU planning, budgeting, and reporting process. So I want to start there so that you need to know why or where we have come from, or why we are now talking about 2027, and very soon we're actually going to talk about 2028. So that is basically the outline where I want to take you. Very briefly on 2026, because it has been presented, I will not dwell much onto it. 2027, more of a discussion that I want to take you through, because it's a point of discussion, and we really want to engage, particularly with the partners that are present here, with our member states that probably we have not received any input from them, and really the work plan is yours, and really you need to give input on that. Perhaps also talk about some implementation bottlenecks that we are foreseeing ahead, how we're actually going to handle that, and maybe some of the proposed adjustment that probably we see. So what you see there is basically the AU planning process. And I'm bringing this so that you see where we are and why 2027 now, and most likely before the year ends, why 2028 become very necessary. So ideally, our work planning process, so generally planning process, starts from November to December. So when I talk about year one, look at it like where we are currently, 2026. So what happens there? The planning process for year three. Year three here, I'm talking about 2028. So within the year, 2028 is actually going to start. So we need to get prepared there. Now, at the same time, as the year ends, we're actually going to have the 2026 annual work plan. So we have just done the mid-year work plan for 2026. So as we move toward December, 2026 annual or consolidated work plan would come in. So around January, in this case, we are now saying the 2027 that I want to highlight. We're actually going to do what is called the work plan. Now, I have decided to go that way so that we understand, the AU process, because what is called work plan might be different from what you call the work plan. So I have this explained there because it's broken down into some steps that you'll be able to understand. So compilation of the work plan for year 2. And this is where I need your input, particularly the member state that I mentioned, that is for 2027 now. And at the same time, we shall be submitting, that is around January, year 1 work plan. And of course, the procurement plan for 2028. 2028 is what is shown there as year 3. Around February to March of the year 2, when I talk about the year 2, look at it, the focus of our discussion 2027. So that is what is shown there as year 2. So at that point, around that time, we prepare and submit the year 3, call it procurement plan, and the budget of internal AU planning processes. So I'm bringing this so that you think through, and before we reach there, this should be ready because we go through our planning system that we call AMAT. And this system is actually time-bound in the sense that if it finds you are not ready, your plans are not ready, your proposals are not ready, the system closes you out. But again, it is important that we engage our partners. It is important that we engage our member states. Like I said, this is really for you. So come around March to April, it still goes through the processes of the approval. Now, this goes around up to May, still within the, some committee that actually sits down to be able to approve that. And when you look at what appears in number 6 there, is still through those approval processes until 8. I don't want to go beyond that because our focus here is up to 4. So allow me then to proceed so that we see how this goes in. Now, so when I talk about project proposal and budget preparation, going through that process, this is what the system really takes in. Now, in our system that I called AMAT, the proposal here is about the idea about the results. So, and the results in a very big term, we call them output results. Just understand it from that point. Now, in this case, we formulate the big results, the outcomes and the output. At the same time, we formulate the higher level indicators and the broad activities. Now, so that becomes our project proposal. Many times, it's a bit timelines and short to the extent that interaction becomes limited. But this provides an opportunity for us to be able to engage and share so that you are aware of this. So again, you go in a timely manner. So at this point, you can be able to see, before we reach there, we do our revenue projection. And of course, mapping of secure funds. And this is the point now that I'm calling upon our partners that are here. We have a lot of activities that we have proposed. Some of them have not come even from you and member states, and yet we already have funding gaps, including 2026 and 2027. While that is the case, we still need to implement and we still need to achieve the results. So we really need to engage more, particularly the proposed ones. They may not be good for now. And of course, look at them, let's engage, reach out to us so that we can frame them in a way that it actually meets our needs for 2027. That is leaving 2026 that's already being implemented aside. So in that case, when you look at what I'm calling need solicitation, so that is where I am. I'm back to you so that presenting this draft proposal, what we are calling the work plan, because the project and budget is nearly done. I would explain what work plan really means in. So think through our broad activities, the tasks that as member states, as partners, really need to be funded in 2027. And while thinking about that, where would these funds come from? Because we already have a deficit into that. So when you look at this, the drafting of the proposal to the very last part in the submission to the AU. So as of now, what has been submitted to the AU is up to budget proposal. What it means is the projection that was done and the revenue mapping that was already completed, we already have a budget in the system sealed to the extent that however many activities we have, if there is any other or if we cannot really get funds for every activity that we have. So those have been left out for that. So think through all that up to the very last part that the AU approved this. While the AUs approve this is through the internal processes. We still have room for what we call the extramural funding. This means what the system has not captured, but we had gaps, and of course you can still be able to chip in. So this is the time we are now asking you to chip in to where we have funding gaps. Because even our submission, we are not sure whether it is actually going to be, funded 100%. So even those that we have submitted, we are still going to come back to you for those that would have missed funding therein. So this one is just to let you know how it is done. We are on a result-based. And this is why I talked about certain results level, indicators, and activities. So when you look at what appears on the top there, our planning, we have what my colleague went through is like, it's an impact. Our intervention has led to that. So when you looked at the progress there is more of what have we realized in terms of achievement. Now that brings us to our level of planning, what we call the outcome. We have a single outcome, as every agency of the AU has a single outcome. For Africa CDC, we only have one, and multiple output. So as RCC, we also have all RCC, 5 RCCs, we only have one output that our performance is measured against. And I would show it here at that high level, so then we see it. But then, within those outputs, there are certain indicators. I will also be able to show this. But then, critical to this also are the activities. Now, so let me explain this. Activities for RCCs are just 3 of them. So we cannot add. That is the limitation that we might have in the system. However, outside the system, if we are to have extramural funding, what I said is funded through outside the system, it still has to align to our results, because at the end of the day, when performance is being measured, it must really contribute to this. So in that case, then you'll be able to find the sub-activities and the input that goes into that. And that gives us the implementation phase, so that if results are being measured, we can actually be found on that. Now, so you can now see the work plan, how it is done. And what I talked about here as the output here, sub-activities, this is where now we break our activities into what we call sub-activities. So in the context of AU or Africa CDC, the broad activities broken down, that gives us what we call our work plan. I wanted that we get that point. So when I talk about work plan, from outcome to broad activities, we shall have done our project proposal and budget proposal. Now, what is remaining now, and where I'm asking you to come in, is now to give us what we call the work plan. And the work plan means now you look at the 3 broad activities that we have and think as a member state, as a partner, how do you fit into this, so that at the end of the day, when results are measured, we can actually contribute to a broader outcome for that. And that brings us to the 2026 work plan, which I will not talk broadly because my colleague has actually mentioned this. So overall, in 2026, we have had 3 activities that got funding. Remember, I said that got funding. That means we had more than this, but not all of them could be able to get funding due to, issues here and there, limitations of that. So far, 4 of these have been completed. 3 are still actually in ongoing state, but we hope actually by the end of September, all of them would have actually been done. But then why this was necessary, so then I bring it in. We have one activity that we are actually thinking of as a region, which probably might make it an 8th one, but we don't foresee funding coming in, or unless we do a saving. Now, this is an activity that is likely to bring all of us together like this, to be able to look at the 2027 work plan. So then there's a brainstorming and engaging session into that. So what I'm going to project there is more of a proposal. Look at it, it might be good for now, bring your ideas, let's share, because it's still a work in progress itself. So that single activity, as we are speaking now, it is necessary toward the year that we convene like this for an annual performance review meeting. At that point, it is not just reflecting on our financial, but also looking at the progress. But at the same time, we are also likely to refine the 2027 work plan, which is actually due. By October, it should really have been finished, because by November, when you look at what I went through, we should be starting 2028. But we have a limitation of budget. How can we get partners coming in to be able to actually to support this? Because it's really an event for us. And remember, just two people cannot do that. We really need to engage and think of how we are actually going to do it for that. So in that case, then I will go straight into the budget proposal, which is really requiring a lot of discussion, like I've mentioned here. So we have this in twofold. We have what we thought over time, because of limitations of budget, we already submitted. We know we may not have engaged, but there's still room for engagement because it's still subject to discussion. So these are activities, sub-activities that you're seeing there that we have submitted. That means broad activities that are there already have some budget internally. The KPIs there are already attached to those budgets, and the output, like I mentioned, is just one. Now, why am I bringing this? So look at the broad activities. We cannot change that. There are only three, like I mentioned. Look at the KPIs. At that level, they're just three again. We cannot change that. Look at the output. We cannot be able to change that. But an area that we can engage more, and this is where our funding is actually allocated internally, or to be able to say this activity has this much, this will be the sub-activities. So every sub-activity that you think of must be able to contribute to those broad activities. Every broad activity that you think of must be able to contribute to the results. So when my colleague was actually reading that, he was actually talking about results that are actually coming from, the KPIs that are there. And all the three KPIs that we have must actually speak to our single output. In that case, then we become result-based for that matter. So maybe I could just go through this, because this is really critical for you, so that we see how do we approach this. We have twofold I mentioned. The proposed one for World Bank funding internally, we are not sure that they are all going to be funded. They could also be gap, and that's why I'm saying we still have room for that. But there is also what we said, additional proposal with funding gap, not submitted anywhere. That's one. But again, even in the additional one, we haven't gotten all your contributions. So think of all this. So maybe very quickly I can run, because we need to engage on this. And if our planners are not here, take it home or take it to them, so that if by any means we get funding, we can be able to engage that. So the first one, we're just thinking about participation of the member states. The second one, we are talking about specific country engagement for the learning, peer learning for that matter. Think of it. Where can you chip in? What really aligns to your strategies for that matter? The next one, and this is part of what now we brought it in so that you also think of it, the annual review, performance review. We are proposing it again for 2026, 2027. 2026, it doesn't have funding, so it can't appear there. But 2027, perhaps it aligns very well for you with what you are doing as a partner. Please check along that. Now, the next one is the focus on the COP. Maybe it's not very, let me just think of my direction there. Let me just very quickly. Now, so the last one that is showing there is regional workshop to discuss the community of practice for National Public Health Institute. I'm sure there are people that have interest in that. Nearly every member state partners that have interest in that. Please look at it. Is it really an area that we can be able to collaborate? Then the other one is workshop to discuss progress on the CIS roadmap. I think it was mentioned, and of course, as specific, my colleague would actually be able to present the details on that. Look at it again. The other one is convene the ReSilNet, which I think after this workshop for this year, at least there it is. For next 2027, we also have another one. The other one is the No More Capacity Building 717, for that matter. How many of you probably have interest in that and actually can be able to collaborate on the same? Now, race course, maybe I'll just summarize that. ReTAC, and then of course, I think that looks more of a repeated one. The other one is work plan. I talked about the work plan. Now, other than that performance, when we are doing the review, it might not be possible. So deliberately, we have put this aside that the work plan development also becomes on its own. But if time allows, then we can be able to combine that. However, it's good to be deliberate and actually put it aside that the 2027 work plan is actually done separately from that. Now, so the next one, which I'll not go into the details because a lot of brainstorming still needed there, we shall be able to share this with you. All these activities that we have, they are really critical, and it is not an exhaustive list. Please think of it. We are missing a lot of contribution from member states because it is for you that you're actually supporting this. Come in, look at it. For the partners, I've said these have funding gaps. Where do we really find points of collaboration? So the list is a bit long. You do not necessarily have to add new ones if they're already meeting your need. But if you find there's 1, 2, 3 that is omitted and very critical, let's also engage and be able to discuss. So I will pass that and possibly go to the next slide for that, as I give you time to be able to look at the activities that you need to possibly provide. So here they are. It's a long list, like I said. Now, again, that is important is what I'm calling, I've said, anticipated bottleneck. That is for now to the next or subsequent years to come. So we also foresee a lot of challenges ahead of us, and this is the time that we need to deliberate. How do we approach these challenges? How do we handle them? One of them, limited financial resources, and of course, sometimes maybe disbursement from whatever source is coming in. So since we are all here, and in the next steps from this workshop, how do we handle this? It's a big animal, because without resources, you cannot be able to implement anything. Now, the other one, also very critical, are always the competing priorities. Now, I think this one, we need to talk loudly. How are we going to do this? Where we have this here, we have this here, there, it's like competition for that matter. So how do we harmonize our implementation calendars or joint action plan so that we are really clear how we are moving forward on that? And then many times, weak coordinations also, weakens our strategies or achievement of our results. How do we mitigate alongside that? Perhaps in the next step from this workshop, we could also be coming around this. The other one could be a little bit beyond us, but we could find mechanism. How do we approach this? The political instabilities, disease outbreak, and of course, the general insecurity challenges that are there. Maybe one or two of us could be able to speak to it as we move forward in terms of action points. Now, foreseeing proposed areas to improve delivery, we are thinking you can add, is not limited to the one that we are projecting here. So planning and coordination. And I've just said one of them could be regular discussion or joint meetings, despite the limitations of the budget there, for enhanced planning and coordination. Now, actual member state engagement, which we are simply saying we need to prioritize tier to high risks and high need member state. Partnership, and I think this is good opportunity that we are all here, and member states are also here. There could be that interactions. How do we partner in many of those activities that we have mentioned, and a few that could still be limited, or rather not mentioned on this? Critical is resource mobilization. Maybe this could also be a platform for that. With the partners that we have, how do we move forward? Where do we collaborate in terms of ensuring for the critical activity for the region, we have resources that are enough for that? And importantly, this cannot really be implemented without capacity strengthening. My colleague has hand up, probably want to add something? Okay, fine. And I'm just done, really, with that. I was just within time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Walter. So we will open the floor for questions and comments on all the three presentations. You have the one presented by Mr. Njai earlier on, or you presented about two, right? Yes. Yes, Habiba, Dr. Habiba, you are here. Yes. So Habiba would take the bullets for all of us. He has a life jacket. Okay, the lawyer. All right, so we would open the floor. Yes, you can go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the second presenter, Dr. Modu. One of the achievements in your presentation was establishing a One Health multi-sectoral coordination platform in Niger. My question is, do you intend to establish in all the countries? And if so, are you aware that the ECOWAS has established the regional One Health coordination mechanism, establishing national One Health coordination platform in all of its member states? And for Niger, I remember quite well that it was done before all the three countries. It was done before they exist. If you are intending to do so in all the countries, can you explore what has already been done? Because a lot has been done in that sector. Over.
Okay. Do we take more questions, or we just ask Modu to respond to that? I know efforts are going on to have the national one. There are still, issues with maybe countries like, the Gambia. We still need to have it finalized, but I would not call it a problem. The understanding, the agreement is there, that One Health platform. But the case of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, right? You were talking about.
Let me clarify. To my knowledge, I'm aware that all our member states, we have national One Health.
Okay, it's coming. You have to pray.
The reason why I asked that question is I'm aware that all our member states, including the three that has left, there is establishment of their national One Health coordination platform. There is even the ECOWAS One Health strategy, which governs this together with the regional One Health governance manual. The framework to implement those strategy. So to my knowledge, in all our member states, there is existence of a multi-sectorial One Health coordination platform. So my worry is, if you are not aware, can you explore looking at it broadly and see if you can use the same structure that is in existence, than rather creating another one, which we are talking of funding gaps, so that we will be able to use what is already in existence. Over.
Yes.
Can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mohammed. For this. What happened is like the country requested to strengthen their One Health coordination mechanism. Yeah, so when it happens now, they have to make sure that because there may be an existing one, but they want to also strengthen. That was why they made a request to Africa CDC. They made an official request for Africa CDC to support them. So if a member state also want to do the same thing and want to request, that's why we come in. So our colleague, Dr. Mariam, can be able to, she was the one who was leading that activity. She can also be able to highlight more on that support to Niger. Dr. Mariam, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Modu. So I think what you highlighted is actually in order. So the MCM2, just like the CISOT, the Surveillance and Information Sharing Operational Tool, and several other tools were developed in collaboration between the OIE, the FAO, as well as WHO. And those are platforms to support what is already on ground and not to establish a different program. So like you rightly pointed out, there is already an established One Health platform in Niger. And it was that One Health platform that led the implementation of the MCM operational tool. So it was an operational tool. So what Africa CDC does is to finance and provide the technical expertise for the implementation of those operational tools that were developed by WHO, FAO, as well as the World Health Organization for Animal Health. So I don't know if that suffices.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in that case, we need to review the slide because the slide is showing that we supported the establishment of that platform. Actually, they are supporting the strengthening.
The strengthening, yes. No, he is suggesting that yes, you want to say it again.
Yes, Mr. Chair, what I was saying is I suggest that slide should be reviewed because actually it's not establishing the One Health platform, but rather supporting the strengthening of that platform.
Yes. It's an implementation issue, and that is why even at our level, the Gambia, I was thinking we still have those small implementation bottlenecks, so, probably you might want to look at this broadly, look at the individual countries and how this is done. We're still not comfortable with what agriculture is doing, bringing our indicators down and, so. I don't want to open a Pandora's box. Okay. All right. Yes. Mary?
Good afternoon. My Munjai. Okay, thank you. My question goes to Munjai. Your presentation, you made mention that 7 EOCs were equipped. And I was wondering when you mentioned that countries need to express their interest in order for them to be supported. And then I believe EOCs are very fundamental when it comes to preparedness and response to public health emergencies. So how do you intend to expedite that process in supporting other member states?
Okay, Mary, I think basically that one, again, the country have to express interest and make an official request, and our colleague and his team, Samuel and team, will now do the assessment. And they'll work with the member state to do the assessment, and then from there, then they can move on the next step in terms of procurement of the equipment. But Dr. Samuel can highlight more on that. Samuel, over to you.
Okay, I think my colleague Arnold, who has the EPR team for the RCC, will speak more to this as I will handle more of the technical input on the establishment of EOC. So Arnold, please, over to you.
Okay. Arnold, come.
All right, thank you so much. So basically, we've supported 23 member states. That was the first cycle. So the way these 23 member states were chosen, the JAs identified which member states, they identified which member states had issues with having functional EOCs. So, and that led to the assessment. So for these 23 countries, after looking at the JE scores, they again went in, teams went in, WHO, Africa CDC, with the WHO tool. I think it was jointly created by Africa CDC and WHO, and we're able to again do the initial assessment of these EOCs. Then after assessing, the next step was to strengthen them. I think there are around 8 of them that were strengthened. I think there was Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, I think the list was shared, and Burkina Faso, 8 of them. So Burkina Faso is missing there. I know I went to Burkina Faso myself, so I know it was missing, but that's another issue. So in total there are 8. So that's a small adjustment that we'll make. So the next cycle, they will again look at more EOCs to be supported. But as rightly said by Dr. Modu, countries can still express where they feel that they need to be supported. Then an assessment can be done. Then the leadership can then take it from there. Thank you so much.
Okay, yes. Please indicate your name, country, and...
Good afternoon. So when the first presentation was made, I saw from that presentation that for Nigeria, the host country agreement remains a priority for the first presentation. Just to say that, okay, my name is Dr. Charles Nzelo. I'm the Director of Public Health for Nigeria. So just to say that we are working on it because Professor Aliko got in contact with me. It's not that we have not signed the agreement, but there was something missing. For you to sign that agreement, you must have an instrument from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So it was done before I took over as the Director of Public Health. So I saw the agreement, but Professor Aligo brought it to my attention that there was not an enabling instrument, which is from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So before it can come into force, we need that. So we have gone around. Apparently, the minister who gave that instrument was no longer in government. Maybe he went to run for an election. But just to say that we have found a way to fix it. So we have written a new letter. We have gone back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and asked them, we need the instrument so that this agreement signed between the Minister of Health and African CDC on behalf of Nigerian government can come into effect. Because it's a legal issue, it's just undergoing some small internal processes. So once we get that instrument and we add it to the already agreement, I'm sure it will come into force. Just to provide that context.
Secondly, on the issue of One Health, Nigeria, we're also activating it. Maybe also to say, my senior colleague is here, the DG of CDC. In Nigeria, we're also activating the One Health system to host the antimicrobial conference, the AMR conference, which has been rescheduled from June to December 6 to 8. We are working with the headquarters of African CDC, so I think we should also bring it our attention here. So if you're eligible to be in that conference, we are expecting that all the ministers of West African countries should, and other persons who are supposed to be, because it's a ministerial conference, should be in that conference. Thank you very much. Over.
Okay, thank you for that announcement, and also Director, so we will consider Nigeria as in now. Huh? Director. Your mic is on, but I
appreciate the work of the Director of Public Health in getting the regularization of the country agreement as he outlined. So I just wanted to be on record that we appreciate that support.
Prof. Alino, so Nigeria is in now. Okay. All right. Yes.
Okay. Let me thank the presenters for, the information, the wealth of information that has been presented. Just a little bit about some of the things we agreed at the ReTAC level. I believe we agreed that the activities will be aligned to the strategic priorities that were set. So the key question is, if we do that, how far did we achieve the objectives that we set, and what are the gaps? Because that's very, very important for moving forward and for the planning process, for the next planning process. I think we didn't hear anything about that. Probably that's why sometimes when you do activity-based reporting, it doesn't really highlight, how far you have moved towards achieving those priorities. That's my first question. The second question is to ask whether we have folded back the activities that were projected and see whether they actually would lead to the outcomes that we desire. That's very critical to me. I don't know whether that is set in gold or we're free to fold it back and ask critical questions about those activities, whether it will actually lead to achieving the outcomes that we set for ourselves. So those are two questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay. I want to believe the Director would come in to respond to some of this. I remember at some point there was this, was it an audit process? There was this guy going around asking similar questions, but this was sanctioned by the Secretariat, and that report should have been out. So that should be able to indicate how far we've gone with those alignments. But I would throw this back at the Secretariat, to see if we can have these two very important questions answered, if not today, by tomorrow. You have anything to say in response to this? Or you want to?
Yeah,
Thank you so much, our ReTAC chair, and thank you so much, Director. Yeah, if we all remember well, our discussion was focused on 4 key areas. The first one was emergency preparedness and response. And for that one, we said that we will strengthen the EOC, the establishment of EOC. And then the second one was surveillance and laboratory is part of our ReSNet. And we talk about the data sharing agreement. And we talk about the EBS in West Africa. So all those areas are part of the Africa CDC overall strategy plan, but they are also part of our key priority as West Africa. And during our regional review, we discussed a lot about this. So the discussion around the progress made in the establishment of the EOC is part, we said that this is a process. So we started with 7 countries, and this year it will be ongoing. So maybe in 2-3 years, we will achieve this in the 15 member states. The data sharing agreement, we already have 3 countries that signed. And I want to appreciate Nigeria because Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and Nigeria was part of those who signed this. They are part of the first country that signed this, meaning that there is a good advocacy, and we understand the importance of sharing the public health data. It's not about security data, it's public health data. So for EBS, it's ongoing. So we can say that we are on a good track. We are on good track based on the objective that we set up in the 4 areas. Maybe we need to push more for the data sharing agreement because up to now, we just have 3 countries out of the 15. But if you take EOC, we take EBS, we take the laboratory system, you see the way genomic sequencing and other things, we really move in West Africa. So where we are, we need to put more effort is the data sharing agreement. Thank you so much for your input.
Okay, thank you. Your hand was up. That would be the last one for this session.
Yeah, thank you very much, the presenters. My name is Imabong Isang. I'm from the COAS Regional Center for Surveillance and Disease Control. My question is to Mr. Modu. In your presentation, you highlighted that the behavioral intelligence and infodemic management system was already institutionalized. I want to state that the ECOWAS Regional Center had already gone ahead to institutionalize this in countries using the Sierra Leone as a regional blueprint, and we are progressively doing this. And also, I would like to state that I am aware that Africa CDC did a scoping mission in these countries. So, but what I saw on the slide was that it was institutionalized. Okay, so we can actually harmonize and integrate what the ECOWAS BEAM is already doing. So mine is more of a recommendation to avoid duplicity, that we can actually build on what we are also doing in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will, have that consolidation meeting, and bring the 2 together. All right, it's time now for your lunch break. We're supposed to come back by 2. I am afraid we would add some 15 minutes, to that, Chairman. So do we come back by 2:15? Yeah. So 1 hour from now, we should come back to this all, please. So on that note, thank you very much for all the presenters and those who contributed and the rest of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. I think that was good. So we're now preparing for lunch. So let's make the lunch 1 hour, at least 1 hour, so that we can come back and then do one presentation, and then I think then we can be able to move. One of the presentations, we are going to move it to tomorrow morning. So we have 1 hour, only 1 hour, please. Let's have lunch and come back. I'm sure some of you have submitted your boarding passes. Please submit your boarding passes if you do not. Thank you. See you in 1 hour time. Thank you. Have a nice lunch. Okay.
Good afternoon. As you stand and stretch, the food will be served in a restaurant called Opera 2. Opera 2, you follow the red carpet all the way. There will be security somewhere to show you where Opera 2 is, okay? Let's try to move together, because if we fail to do that, some of us will lose their way, and you'll end up going into another people's lunch place, and you'll be paying for that right from your pocket. So let's all go together for the lunch. Please join us. There's somebody standing out there to guide us, please.
So you can feel free to leave your computers in the room. There is adequate security for your devices here.
Yes, let me take.
No.
Do you know energizers? I think good afternoon. You want to do energizer? Should we go for? No energizer? We just eat, Okay. I think we can start. Thank you very much, and welcome back. We have only one presentation before we call it a day. So, are we ready to start? Yes, okay. Thank you very much, and warm welcome. And we have one presentation before we call it a day. So, we have one presentation, and this will be priority disease events in the Western Africa. It will be presented by Dr. Mariam and Dr. Arnold. Please come forward. And yes, one presentation to go, and we'll call it a day. Yes. We are waiting for the presenters to come. And Dr. Marian, Arnold, the floor is yours. Mariam alone. Okay. Or you need energizer to. Anyone will volunteer to energize the group? Any volunteer? Energizer, anyone volunteer? Any volunteers to energize the group after lunch? Who? We need volunteers. Okay, Habiba, yes, welcome. Welcome, Habiba. Anything, Habiba. Yes, it's enough. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. Up, down. Yeah, just say up, stand up. Yes, exactly. Stand up.
Okay, please, everyone, please stand up. Is Modu here? Good. All right, everyone.
Dr. Mariam, the floor is yours. Energized, right?
I'm breathless. Oh my God, I'm so breathless. Okay. Sam, do you have the presentation? It was a good one.
You can do, what's it called, exercise? You're saying you're so breathless.
Thank you. So Sam is stylishly allowing us to catch our breath before he shares the presentation, but we are ready. Okay. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. Bonsoir. Bon dia. Bon dia. Okay. So my name is Mariam, and I work for Africa CDC in the Western Africa Regional Coordinating Center. And I will give you a brief presentation on some of the public health events of concern that we have been monitoring at the continental level, but also give you a highlight of what we've been looking at the Western Africa regional level. Next slide, please. Oh, do I have the, okay. Okay, yes. I think Dr. Modu presented on this, the vision, mission, and aspirations of the Africa CDC, but also the priorities that were set for 2023 to 2027. Haruna, please, can I have my laptop? Thank you. So one of the priorities of Africa CDC is to build up a proactive surveillance system capable of gathering intelligence and to also inform the early warning system, but at the continental level, at the regional level, but also at the national level. So this priority action is going to be our focus for the discussion today. So based on that priority, that is where the Epidemic Intelligence Unit of the Africa CDC fits into. And what does the Epidemic Intelligence Unit does? The Epidemic Intelligence Unit is responsible for event-based surveillance, but also the indicator-based surveillance system, the establishment of epidemic intelligence networks across the continent, across the region, but also nationally. Some of you were part of the Epidemic Intelligence Community of Practice that was established for West Africa sometime in July 2026. We also have the EMS, which stands for the Event Management System. It is a platform on the DHIS2 that is used for capturing and monitoring events as well as reporting them. We also have the Epidemic Intelligence Situation Room that uses artificial intelligence and machine learning in predictive analytics. So basically these are what the Epidemic Intelligence unit does. So moving ahead, we'd like to highlight some of the works that the Epidemic Intelligence Unit has done over the years. So looking at the trend of public health events that were monitored using the event-based surveillance system as well as the indicator-based surveillance system in the Africa CDC. These are the number of events that were monitored from 2022 to 2025. So if you look at the chart on this slide, you will notice that in 2022, we had 153 public health events that were monitored by Africa CDC, which increased to 166 in 2023, 242 in 2024, and 213 in 2025. So there's been a steady increase in the number of public health events that we've been monitoring. And again, when you look at detection using the 717 metrics, you also notice that as at 2025, we had 58% of the 213 events that were monitored that were reported within the 7 days duration in concordance with the 717 metrics. So in 2026, and as at AP week 32, we are already monitoring a total of 128 public health events continentally. So this slide presents public health events that were monitored on the continent, not specific for West Africa. So we move to look at the regional distribution of these events, the 213 events that were monitored in 2025 from AP week 1 to epidemiological week 52. That is from January to December 2025. So looking at the distribution, the first map highlights the events that were monitored in the Central Africa region. And we had a total of 26 events monitored in 6 of the 9 member states. And most of the public health events that were prominent in Central Africa region in 2025 were cholera, mpox. I think those are the 2. Then when you move to Eastern Africa region, we had 56 public health events that were monitored, and those were reported in 12 out of the 14 member states that are in the eastern part of Africa. And we also Africa. Hope it's visible on the screen. You can see it, right? Okay. So we moved to Northern Africa. We had 11 public health events that were monitored in 4 out of the 7 member states in Northern Africa, and diphtheria was the most prominent public health event that was affecting a lot of the member states in Northern Africa. While in Southern Africa, we had 43 public health events, and those were monitored in 8 of the 10 member states in the southern part of Africa. And most of the public health events, the most prominent ones were cholera, mpox, and measles. When you come to West Africa, you can see that we had 77% of the public health events that were reported in 2025 from West Africa. And those 77 were reported from 12 of the 15 member states, and they were more Lassa fever, dengue fever, diphtheria, as well as measles, and they are all still be protracted. So you can see from the map, the map on the extreme end of the slide. Okay, where am I going? This one. The last one, that is where West Africa is, and you can see how chalked up it is with the public health events. So 77 of 213 is how many percent? How many? What? 36. 21. How many percent? Hmm? 33%. 42? 213. The total is 213. So just to highlight that Western Africa contributed the most of the public health events that were monitored in 2025. So moving ahead, we look at some of the public health events that we monitored in 2025, but that are still active in 2026. So this includes Mpox. And Mpox, even though it has been de-escalated, it is no longer considered a public health emergency of continental concern by the Africa CDC. I think it was de-escalated sometime in January 2026. But we still have some member states that are reporting Mpox on the continent, but also on in the West Africa part of the continent. If you look at the table, you will see that Mpox is still being reported in Guinea. Ghana also had some cases in the earlier part of the year. I think they recently reported one case of Mpox a few weeks ago. We also have Liberia, Mali, Nigeria, Senegal. I think Senegal had a few cases. Togo also had like 3 cases of Mpox that was reported in 2026. So these are countries that reported Mpox outbreak in 2025, but they are still reporting active cases of Mpox. And we highlighted some of the key drivers of these cases that are still being reported, which included poor health systems, inadequate infrastructures, high population mobility, socioeconomic instability, and so many of them. We also have cholera that is still being reported. And I think for cholera, we have Nigeria. I don't know if Nigeria is still on the list. Nigeria is endemic actually for cholera. Then when we move to dengue fever, we have Mali, and I think Senegal also reported dengue fever last year, and they are still reported dengue fever. We have diphtheria, Mali, Nigeria as reporting diphtheria, but also Lassa fever that is prominent in countries like Liberia and Nigeria. So given a brief overview of the public health events that are being monitored on the continent now, not just in West Africa, we look at the Ebola outbreak that is currently ongoing in Uganda and DRC. Even though Uganda has recently declared the end of the Ebola outbreak, and the last case was discharged on the 16th of July. However, cases are still being detected in the DRC, and cumulatively as at the EP week of 32, there were 4,200 confirmed cases and 1,962 Ebola in DRC, even though about 800 cases have so far recovered, but you will still have some patients that are in isolation. There have been 13,393 contacts that have been identified and that are being monitored in the DRC. So some of the challenges that are affecting the response of Ebola in DRC, they can be summarized as You know, there's this issue of insecurity in the DRC, but also the high population mobility. They have issues with active case search in hard to reach and security compromised areas, and several other challenges that are affecting the response. So we move to look at the continental situation of what? Mpox. So the two charts on this slide represent the confirmed cases. The upper chart is looking at the confirmed cases of Mpox between 2024 to 2026, and the chart on the lower part looks at the suspected Mpox cases reported on the continent between 2024 to 2026. However, in 2026 alone, we had 34,000 suspected cases that were reported, and out of that, there were 6,768 confirmed cases, and 239 suspected deaths, and 36 confirmed deaths due to Mpox. And those were reported from 26 of the 55 African Union member states on the continent. However, if you look at the map on the other side of the chart, you will see the countries in West Africa that are still reporting cases of Mpox. And I think the new addition to the countries that are reporting Mpox is Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau started reporting cases of Mpox in 2026, I think a few weeks ago. That was when they got their own first case of Mpox. So we move continental overview of diphtheria. So when you look at the table on this chart, it tells you the number of cases, but also deaths that were reported on the continent between 2023 to 2025, from January to December, but also the numbers that were reported in 2026. The maps on the lower part of the chart looks at the distribution across the different regions of the continent. The other side of it, the green part, highlights the countries that are reporting those cases of diphtheria. And if you look at it, we consistently have Guinea, Niger, and Nigeria in West Africa that are constantly reporting cases of diphtheria. However, in 2026, I think Somalia reported the highest number of cases, 74% actually of all the cases that were reported on the continent, but also 65% of the deaths that were reported. So we highlighted some of the drivers of this outbreak to include low vaccination coverage, overcrowding, but also the humanitarian crisis being experienced in most of the member states. So looking at the cholera situation on the continent, we also have the number of cases that were reported between 2023, 2024, 2025, as well as 2026. So in 2026, and as at the epi week of 32 of 2026, we already have like 133 cases of cholera reported with 2,300 deaths. And you can see, if you look at the map, you see the countries that are reporting the cholera cases. And noteworthy of what is the fact that 59% of global cholera cases are reported in Africa, but also 99% of cholera deaths globally are also reported in Africa. And these cases that you are seeing are driven by which countries? DRC, Nigeria, South Sudan, and Mozambique, which are contributing 82% of the cases and 83% of the deaths that were reported in 2026. Okay, so we move to look at Lassa fever. So I think Lassa fever is generally a problem of Western Africa, even though you see sporadic cases sometimes being reported in other parts of the continent, but you see the cases coming consistently from West Africa, and consistently from, I think, 3 to 4 member states, which are Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. Although Ghana, Togo, and I think Benin had reported sporadic cases before, but these countries contribute the most of the cases of Lassa fever being reported. And usually most of the cases are coming from Nigeria, which happens to be a continent on its own in Africa. So most of the cases are actually coming from Nigeria, but also Liberia. And we highlighted some of the drivers of these outbreaks. That could include ecological drivers, behavioral drivers, as well as socio-economic and health systems drivers of the outbreak. So these are brief on some of the, like I said earlier, on some of the public health events that we are monitoring at the level of the Africa CDC. But again, just to highlight that you can also get more information on these outbreaks because we produce spot reports for high risk and very high risk events. And these are shared on they are publicly and freely available on the Africa CDC website. So when you go to the Africa CDC website, you can see a lot of these spot reps, and you can download them, you can read them, and you can be able to have an insight of the public health events that are being monitored. Additionally, the Director General of the Africa CDC usually have the weekly special press brief every Thursday at 2 p.m. GMT. That is, 2 p.m. GMT plus 1. That is 1 p.m. GMT. So you can connect to this press brief every Thursday and participate. You can listen to the DG while he gives the press brief, and you can also ask questions regarding the presentations during the press brief. So we also developed the weekly epidemic intelligence report. That's on the far side is let me call it a picture of the cover page, how it normally looks like of the weekly epidemic intelligence report. It is also freely available and publicly available on the Africa CDC website. So you can Google the Africa CDC website, and you can go ahead and have a look at this weekly bulletin that we produce. So I think that is all. Thank you very much for your time and attention. If you have questions, my bosses are here. They are going to give you the answers. Yes, please. So I'm not scared. You can ask. I'll refer you to all of it. Okay. You're moderator, right? Continue. Okay. Okay, so there seems to be many questions. I need a pen.
Be ready for the answers.
Hello. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I was concerned about the situation in the DRC, where you mentioned that cumulatively just about 13,000 cases are being followed up in terms of contact tracing. We do know that for every case, you need to trace up to about 40 people to be sure that you are doing enough, which means that for the 4,000 cases, we need 40 times that number to trace to be able to have the right pool of patients to follow up. So it looks like we are still very much behind. I don't know, from the African CDC perspective, what are some of the interventions that can help address this problem? Thank you.
Yes, one more. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. En fait, quand on voit la situation telle que elle est décrite là, bon, on n'est pas en train de voir les limites de ce que nous faisons. Parce que quand on prend les épidémies telles que c'est, on voit qu'il y a des situations. Parce que, par exemple, si on prend la fièvre Lassa, on sait que, par exemple, au Nigeria, il y a eu beaucoup d'études qui ont été faites par rapport au process de la fabrication de gari, un élément important. Mais dans nos pratiques, on ne trouve pas ces situations-là régler le la situation actuelle. Désolé, hein. Si on prend la situation actuelle de en RDC, c'est que on voit que qui connaît la RDC, c'est que la région qui est touchée, c'est une région qui a beaucoup de problèmes. Bon, vous en avez cité, mais vous n'avez pas cité la situation de paupérisation de la population, vous voyez. Quand vous voyez les Boutembo, les trucs, les régions, donc il y a un problème. Et on le sait visiblement, on sait que selon que les conditions de vie des populations sont améliorées, mieux leur santé sera. Maintenant, moi, j'ai une préoccupation que j'ai toujours exprimée à ces gens de rencontres, c'est que nous ne sommes pas en train d'aller au-delà de ce que l'épidémiologie nous aide à faire. Il faut agir dans les communautés pour changer au moins les conditions de vie des gens. Nos systèmes sanitaires ont des limites qui sont très évidentes. Est-ce que nous allons continuer comme ça, pas seulement énumérer les chiffres, faire les activités dont vous avez fait mention là, avec les présentations, on énumère les cas, et voilà, on n'arrive même pas à avoir ces données-là que vous présentez, on le sait tous, en tant qu'acteurs de la santé dans la région, ne reflètent en aucun cas la réalité dans nos pays. Comment on va continuer par faire la même chose de cette façon-là? C'est ça ma préoccupation. Est-ce qu'on ne va pas aller agir sur les causes profondes qui sont quand même très évidentes et qui percent les yeux et que nous regardons et classons souvent en essayant d'évoluer sans intervenir? Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions provided. Next round. Okay.
Ok, merci bien. Khalifa Keita du Mali. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'intérêt la présentation faite et cette présentation était vraiment de qualité. Mais je voudrais savoir les événements qui ont été concernés par la présentation, les maladies présentées ici. Est-ce que c'est l'exhaustivité ou bien vous avez pris un échantillon pour présenter les données? Si tel n'est pas le cas, le Mali a eu à enregistrer 2 cas de poliovirus variant de type 2, un cas en 2025 et un cas en 2026. Maintenant, je ne sais pas trop si vous prenez en compte l'ensemble des maladies sous surveillance ou bien c'est des échantillons que vous avez pris pour pouvoir présenter ici. Merci. Je voudrais aussi contribuer. Le professeur, il vient de parler, il est promotion de la santé, c'est d'agir sur les événements qui nous exposent à ces maladies, au lieu d'attendre que les maladies surviennent avant d'agir. Merci.
Thank you very much, DG from Mali. I was actually looking out for you. We've been communicating on email, but I have not met you physically. So I was looking around to see who it was, and I'm happy that you are here. So you're welcome. So like you rightly pointed out, we just picked a few based on the time that was given to us, and also considering the number of member states that are affected by these outbreaks. So we just picked a few of them to present in this room. But from the presentation, you can see that we had 128 public health events that we are monitoring just in 2026 alone. So we are aware of the polio situation in Mali. However, apologies if you had wanted to see that presented, but we could not present it because of the time. And the comment you made, I think is duly noted, and we appreciate it. We have to change our attitudes and the way we approach events in order to be able to prevent and also control the public health events that we're experiencing on the continent. So thank you very much for your contributions once again. And so I'm starting from top bottom, or is it bottom top? Bottom, yes, bottom top. So when we look at the situation in where? Nigeria. So I think Nigeria has done a lot when it comes to Lassa fever, especially around RCC. Yes, RCC, behavioral change, the Lassa fever. So, you know, the good thing we have in this room is that we have the DG of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control in the room. And he's a seasoned epidemiologist and a public health expert. So I'm sure he'll be happy to provide the context of the Lassa fever situation that is happening in Nigeria. But before I hand over to you, sir, let me just talk about the contact tracing situation in DRC. So Africa CDC is actually making a lot of efforts to support the contact tracing issue in DRC. But again, you know, the DRC has security issues. I don't know if you follow the story, but a lot of public health officers are being attacked. So the situation is a bit tense, it's a bit difficult, but again, Africa CDC has provided AVOC, right? Yes, AVOC members that were trained and they've been deployed to the field, and most of them are from the communities that understand the situation on ground. So hopefully in the coming days, we'll see an improvement in the situation. Thank you. So over to you, Sir DG Nigeria CDC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say that for Lassa fever, I think our experience this year was quite bad because we recorded more cases than previously experienced and more deaths. And the worst part of it, that we had more healthcare workers infection. We had to sit down again to review cases many times. And there were quite a number of factors that we felt were responsible. One is that we all know that most people who contact Lassa fever hardly present with anything, but they can still spread this disease. It's one of the challenges we have. A lot of people can present very late in the course of the illness, especially most people in the communities, deep in the community at the subnational level. There's one health issue. One of that has to do with the agricultural occupational practices. I mean, like somebody mentioned now, the practice of spreading grains on the floor and that kind of thing. All this is attract the carrier, the rats. And so it's a bit of a One Health aspect of it, which unfortunately at the subnational level, most of the responses have not involved the ministries of Agric, environment, or what have you, which is what we are trying to push. Then on case management, we also notice that infection prevention and control is extremely lacking in many facilities, in many communities, especially amongst healthcare workers themselves and many healthcare facilities. At the subnational level, community involvement is still a bit low. And even look at the research issue. I think one of the things we're going to research. Now, there are papers showing that it's not even the multi-mammate rat again that is the carrier. There are other rats involved in the carriage and other reptiles, so which again is a room for more research work in our assessment. And for healthcare workers, again, it's a poor, high index of suspicion. Many of them, if you recollect, one or two, there was a gynecologist who was on call, and I was called to see a patient, a pregnant woman, not knowing that that woman had Lassa fever. She just delivered her, she contacted this. So these are all the things we are putting in place, and we've just decided again, maybe before the end of this year, we organize a health security conference, and Lassa fever will be one of the major topics to address. So I just used the opportunity to invite many of our colleagues here to share their experiences. It's an interesting situation, but it's something we need to address fully and wholeheartedly. And I think it's, especially on the One Health platform, it is key. Because if you look at even the cultural practices themselves, we had healthcare workers telling you that, doctors telling you that in most aspects of, most of the states where you find this is again, that rat is a delicacy. So you cannot actually tell people not to eat this thing. You can only advise them how to prepare and what to do. So we have a major issue on hand, but I think we can address it if we all adopt the different strategies involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and DG. And before we forget, we need to clap for Marian for the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Marian. And Adi.
Thank you so much. Let me use this opportunity to advocate. You know, this presentation, epidemic intelligence, data that we are seeing, behind that data we have people that are suffering. So we should not be seeing data. We should be seeing children, teenagers, women, men that are suffering. So we got those data to event-based surveillance system, but also indicators-based surveillance system. And event-based surveillance system is one of our big tickets, like our indicators. We said that in West Africa, we want to see how many countries are really implementing event-based surveillance, because we know that most of the outbreak is at community level. So if we develop a strong event-based surveillance, this allowed us to detect in time. I was discussing with my sister Fiona. We were together in Uganda 2022 during an Ebola outbreak. And we realized that the outbreak started 2 months before they detect this, meaning that mortality surveillance is not. And actually in DRC, evidence are showing that this outbreak started since January. And you see the time we are detecting this. So how are we organizing ourselves to strengthen this event-based surveillance? Maybe I would like to have Mariam to give us a brief statistic about in the 15 member states, how many member states are already implementing, how many already show interest to implement this, because Africa CDC developed the continental framework. We just request member states to adopt this, to implement, and we have some resources available to support the member states. And evidence is there. If you have a strong event-based surveillance, mortality surveillance at community level, you will meet the target of 717. And at village level, if we really involve community health workers, we know the outcome. So this is my advocacy for member states that are still in process to implement their event-based surveillance to reach out to us to see how we can support one another. And also, this event-based surveillance is the one platform system. All the process, starting from the signal list development, is all the sectors that are putting their effort together to develop the list. So we make sure we have all the One Health approach there, because we know that 70% of outbreak actually are zoonotic. The other things that I want to highlight is the health promotion that Prof. David mentioned. Actually, in terms of outbreak, if we take this Ebola virus, this strain, there is no vaccine. And social measure is key. In terms of countermeasure, all of these are key. But how do we organize this if in terms of WASH, we are not there? How do we organize this? So this is a time to reflect specifically on our WASH system, to see at community level, how do we develop a strong WASH system that will allow us to prevent even hand washing. If we develop a good policy on hand washing, we have evidence. There is some publication that show how many diseases that we can avoid by systematically washing our hands before eating, before touching our children and other things. So I want to stop here by using the opportunity. We have our DGs with us, and we are happy to have them to advocate for this one platform, One Health platform, the implementation of the One Health platform, but specifically for the event-based surveillance. And hand over to Mariam to give us a statistic about the progress we are making. Mariam, over to you.
You want another clap?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So briefly, unfortunately, I'm not able to project, so I'll just talk, I'll speak through the statistics. So as most of you are aware, the EBS package comprises of the national level training of trainers using the One Health approach for officers at the member states level. We also have the adaptation. Do you want me to send it? I don't have, it went off. Unless you want to take my laptop and project. Okay. So we also have the adaptation of the EBS continental framework that was developed by Africa CDC. Africa CDC actually chaired or led the development of the continental event-based surveillance guideline in collaboration with several other partners, and which Africa CDC is also supporting member states to adapt it to their country context. And then we support the countries to publish the guidelines and to commence the implementation at the subnational level, but also to adapt the EMS, which is the event management system. So in West Africa, of the 15 member states, we had like 4 that are yet to conduct the national level training of trainers using the One Health approach. And these countries include Benin Republic. Actually, we were supposed to support Benin Republic to have that in June 2026, but due to competing priorities from the member state, we had to step down that activity. But hopefully before the year runs out, we'll have opportunity to do that, to provide that support to Benin Republic. So we have Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is still is also still pending, and Guinea-Bissau and Senegal. However, countries like Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Togo, Gambia were supported to have the national level training of trainers to adapt the continental EBS guideline to their local context, and to also establish the EBS technical working group. I think for Nigeria, that was done a few weeks ago. We supported though it was a technical support, but we are there to ensure the implementation and the launching of the EBS technical working group using the One Health approach as well. So in summary, yes, we only have Benin, like I said, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Senegal that we plan to ensure that they start the implementation of event-based surveillance at the national level, but also to ensure that those countries and others that are already implementing EBS to start that implementation at the subnational level, at the community level, where those public health events are happening. Are you able to do? So that is basically the summary for the event-based, for the event management system. I think only Sierra Leone in West Africa that adapted the event management system. However, other countries are also using other platforms like the IFEM, which was provided by our partner organizations. No, it's on the. Shebi is you. So that is for this one is a platform for monitoring diseases. Should we just talk about this? Okay. Yes, I think I'm done, but yes, Dr. Boli. Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Merci, Dr. Mariam, pour cette mise en point par rapport à la surveillance basée sur les événements. Je pense que le Sénégal a démarré depuis 2020. Je pense que même avec la COVID, on a mis en place la cellule d'alerte. Que je pense qu'on n'a pas coordonné avec Africa CDC, mais le pays est en avance par rapport à l'implémentation de la surveillance basée sur les événements. Aujourd'hui, on est en train de décentraliser au niveau des régions périphériques. Et je pense que notre dernière épidémie de diphtérie nous a été signalé à travers ce type de surveillance basée sur les événements, quand un pédiatre dans un hôpital lointain a eu à constater beaucoup de cas de décès, qu'il a eu à donner le signalement par rapport à l'équipe de coordination au niveau de la région. Je pense qu'on avait discuté lors de la réunion passée ici à Accra qu'il fallait qu'avec Africa CDC, qu'on puisse échanger, n'est-ce pas, avoir des séances de travail pour que le Sénégal, en tout cas, puisse être comptabilisé parmi les pays qui ont eu à démarrer cette séance basée sur les événements. Même si, avec Africa CDC, on n'a pas encore eu à faire, n'est-ce pas, ce link pour que les informations puissent être, en tout cas, prises en compte. Merci, au revoir.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Boli. So from the discussion you referred to, the one we had in Accra the last time, so Senegal, yes, they have started the implementation of EBS at a certain level, but again, it is not as advanced as Africa CDC wants it to be. So that is why we still consider you as, so that we can use that as justification to ensure that you are at the level that the other countries in West Africa that have been supported, so that Senegal will be at the same level with the other member states. So we are still considering you. And like I said, I'm happy the bosses, the big bosses are here. Usually it is funds that serves as a constraint to this, providing the support. Even though it is not the case for Benin, we wanted to do that in Benin in June, but some other issues came up. So once the funds are available, we want to ensure that there is an advancement in the implementation of event-based surveillance in all the member states in West Africa, but also on the continent as well. Thank you very much.
Yes. And thank you very much. I think we are rounding up. That was the last presentation. And this is an important discussion. Therefore, tomorrow we are starting with the surveillance in emergency preparedness. Oh, Prof, sorry. Yes. I wanted just to say that tomorrow that will be the start at 8:30. And over to you, Prof.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make one or two comments. I think, thank you very much for that presentation. It's very helpful. As I said in the morning, I'm just listening and learning. So 2 quick points that I think I learned from what this presentation told us. I think Mariam showed us a trend in terms of the increase in reporting of events across West Africa. Not perfect, but I think it's an improvement. That means we are getting a lot more collaboration, more trust among member states and Africa CDC. That's why the numbers are higher. And the more people report, the more we work together with that. So that to me is a positive. Another positive, I think, is the detection rate within 7 days, which I think she highlighted is improving. And again, that means our response capabilities or our detection potentials are much better than they were compared to when we started. So I think those are really, really good positive things. I think there is one area that I think is where our technical areas of improvement, I may call them so, which is still sometimes our technical limitation of focusing on numbers of events. I think Prof over there mentioned it. And public events, by their very nature, they just don't occur in vacuum. They are consequences of agent and host interactions, and most of the time within community dynamics. And when you look at experiences wherever in the world we look at managing outbreaks, we always learn one lesson, but we never really take it seriously. That's understanding how we can work with community to build trust, how we can engage with communities better, how we can sort of build more of the community as part of that workforce that we all work together with. And the example of what we have in DRC, my friend here on my right was pointing the issues about contact tracing. I think Dr. Koko mentioned it to him as well. What we are now seeing is communities now have to take a bit more responsibility. This is what has been announced now through the work of Africa CDC and WHO, where the approach now is a village-led surveillance system and response opportunities. So one thing that I would really want us to think about is how can we establish a much more effective public health intervention without really good understanding on anthropological challenges. We tend to see numbers, but we don't really engage with the communities. And DG just talked about Lassa fever in places where people consider some of those as delicacies. Epidemiology alone cannot handle that. It can pinpoint what we need to do. But I think maybe for us as public health professionals, we need to pay a little bit more attention on how we can work with our people, with our communities to do better. Without that trust, we cannot really make any change. Sustained action is when communities take a bit more responsibility and feel the sense of ownership in terms of this. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you very much, Prof. And Modu, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Abdi Fattah. Let's give him a round of applause for that excellent moderation. And I think also we also need to give ourselves a big round of applause for an excellent activity today. Everybody participated. It was good, and I think we'll come with the same spirit tomorrow, inshallah, by 8:30. We start because we have about a couple of presentations. We will start with the panel session tomorrow, and then we continue with the technical presentations. So on that note, on behalf of the leadership of the Africa CDC Western RCC, I think we draw a curtain to this meeting until tomorrow morning. So we hope to see all of you tomorrow morning at 8:30, active and sound. But also don't forget to enjoy the town. You have a lot of places to enjoy this town. You can look for tilapia, you can look for anything you want to. Yeah, but because we also want to wrap up this hall. Yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you so much, Modu. I want to highlight that we have our 3 centers for excellence, MPHI. We have Burkina Faso, we have Liberia, we have Nigeria. So we have the 3 DG with us. So this is an opportunity to discuss, to learn from one another, peer-to-peer learning. So we are closing earlier to allow us to exchange, to discuss. So corridor discussion is allowed. So let us take the opportunity, because it's not all the time that you have all those DG with us. So let us use this opportunity to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adi, for that reminder. So we have an opportunity. Sometimes I said this right. It's difficult to see. So when you see them now, let's get them at the corridor. We are going to have coffee from here. We can just walk and take our coffee and go to our rooms. So we have an opportunity. So we'll see each other tomorrow. Enjoy your day or evening. And then don't forget to go to town if you want to. China Mall is there. You have Osu is there. You want to go to the seaside, also you can enjoy. So see you. We'll talk about that tomorrow. You can take Bolt.